I'm doing some crazy stuff today. Today's the day where if we're gonna blow up the stream, today it's gonna happen. So I've absolutely pushed it to the limit. I've pushed it beyond the limits. We've just about maxed out the GPU VRAM on this bad boy and the RAM. Now the CPU still has a decent bit of headroom, so I think we're okay there. Everything looks relatively kosher to me anyway. But I am going to start with a co-op game, so I'm glad that we checked that was working. I'm glad we know that was working. Forgot to log into my Nathanias account because that's the one that has all the co-op stuff on it. I know. It's a big deal. So they say. So they say. I got my Costco coffee here. I went and picked up some water bottles and dog food this morning. It's a big deal, so thank you guys. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for making it possible. All right, I got Karax. Karax on Void Thrashing. It's pretty easy, straightforward setup, right? There's not much to worry about here. It's
time to kick things off.
Well, glad to see you two could make it. Been fighting these Void Thrashers for a couple of days now. Lost a lot of good men. My base won't hold out much longer. I need you to take out those Void Thrashers before they destroy what's left of the fortress. Well, speak of the devil. Looks like one of those Thrashers is about to come around.
cooldown for it goes faster when it chronos itself. That's funny. I never really noticed that. Yeah, you can now at Beep Boop Thanius in the chat, and he'll talk to you. I tried to make him interesting. Okay, it might be horrible, just to be clear. It could be terrible, but that's also part of it. One sec, BRB. All Gucci. Got nothing to worry about, Sugar Plum. Boom!
Upgrade complete.
Oh, whoa. Pull back now.
Our structure should research and create units much more quickly now. Enemy forces en route to our position.
Just need as many probes as I can to get the base saturated. Yo, Bartala Mouse, what's up, what's up?
Multiple rifts on the field. Gonna have some thrashers to deal with real soon.
Yeah, they got guys all up in our grill there, huh? A little probe. There we go. There we go.
Upgrade ready.
Yosin is Zelenia. What's up, what's up?
Your base is getting blasted. Your research is ready.
Send it!
There's your objective, Commander. Show those
Nothing like microwaving the enemy.
Research has concluded.
Nothing quite like microwaving the enemy.
It appears the enemy is advancing. Prepare to meet them in combat.
Oh, my probe! Oh! Save him! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I might not have enough. Oh? 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 We're doing it, boys. We're doing it. We're making it happen right here. Right now.
Will defend.
We need to get a fleet bacon. We got this. I did random mission. I did random mission and random commander, so.
How many of these thrashers?
Let me know how the stream looks today, by the way, too. Especially once somebody attempts to talk to the bot. We'll see what that does to the system.
Your
I'm kind of curious. I'm curious, but also terrified. Should I just start prepping for the next one and just hit the long range guys, maybe?
Enemy attack. They are moving swiftly.
Your allies being attacked. Your base is under siege. Research upgrade complete.
The plan is we'll just inch forward a little bit. I mean, the cannons, he kind of jumped onto him last time, so... We just keep him right here, and I think we'll be A-okay. There we go. We just chrono boost his hatchery so he has infinite stuff. That's all. There it is. There it is.
Probably a good idea to destroy it before they can use it. Anyone wants to go and kill a void thrasher?
It's a little long range poke.
Hey, the fortress is under attack.
The enemy has mobilized. We should move to intercept.
I hit him with everything I had. That's it. I can't do much more there. We're almost there. We're almost there.
They got here some void thrashers knocking on our door. Let's get ready to answer.
Your allies are in battle.
Oh, there you go. See, that's how you one tap a bunker. That's how you tap a bunker. Mm.
Heads up, commanders. That archangel is on the move. Probably gonna start repairing itself till it's under fire.
Don't have the vision.
Allies are in combat. Let's lend a hand.
Give me one of those.
Well, see, that just gives a little bit of vision, I guess, right? It helps. We're gonna have to send a few more probes this way, it seems, if we're gonna take control of this high ground. I need my teammates' armada. I need my teammates' armada to you know.
The void thrashers are on the field.
This is it.
Commanders.
An enemy force is en route to our position.
Your base is getting blasted.
Fortress is under some pretty heavy fire. We gotta take these void thrashers down pronto.
Beautiful. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, there's the teammate again. Look, he's a tunneling monstrosity. I love it. And there's the microwave beam to end it. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's what we'd love to see. And of course the base is saved, etc. As it has been many times in the past. That base has been rescued many, many, many times. Shout out to Clown Baby. I haven't teamed up with Clown Baby many times, but they say that he's got big shoes to fill. You liked that. It's okay to admit you laughed at it. All right, your dad's not watching. Nobody's gonna say anything mean to you. So it's a new season. It's a new ladder season, but it looks like they did not change the maps or anything. No map change. No balance change. You'd think if there was going to be a new season, they might change the Cyclone before EWC, but I guess not. I guess not. Let's go. I'm going to play some games for a few hours, and that's going to be it today, baby. That's going to be it. Thanks for coming by. Yo, Harrison. We got a game.
In the rear with the gear. What's bad news? SCV ready at me. Go ahead. You're the boss.
First game of the day, we're against a Protoss player, so I think we can expect some aggression, right? Typically. We got to go for that fast factory build if we want to make sure that we're not going to get run over by early gateway units. Or really early anything. I don't think there's anybody left who just opens with Marines in this matchup, right? It's not. It's very rare. It's very rare from what I've researched. Okay, I mean, if he's not gonna harass me, we don't need to worry too much. I think we're good. It's a pretty late scout. Pretty late scout. No real push for info. I'll check around for proxies, but see what happens. Not too worried about it. See what he's got. Never trust the Protoss. On the ladder, they've got so many aggressive builds. You have to be really, really careful. They've got a lot of ways. They've got a lot of ways to smush a Terran player. They've got to be careful. I don't want him to scout me, but also it's like I want to scout him, so you have to be really cautious here. I keep the Reaper up front, ideally to stop him from scouting me, but also if a unit shows up, I'll kind of know too. Which helps. The nice thing is that even though the Sentry Scout is considered pretty strong in this matchup at the moment, there's still, like, you don't really have a lot of firepower from that Sentry, so it's still good for us when people occasionally do the Sentry opener against our Cyclone build, just for that. There it is. Gee, there it is, baby. Hey, Pepezione, looking good. Thanks, Sony-chan. You think I'm cute, Baka? Top tier barracks micro. You ever seen a pro gamer? You ever seen a pro micro barracks like that? Hell nah. Hell nah. That build is like the item in the final shop that you can only acquire before the final boss. but you've never heard of it before, so you're like, oh, well, obviously this won't be useful, you know? Yeah, manual lock on with the Cyclones onto the Immortals is just so filthy. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting. Look at that. Look at that. We placed in Masters this season. I didn't think I'd ever make it happen, guys. When I left the small main character town I grew up in, after my childhood home was reduced to ashes, I never thought I would come so far. Thanks, guys. What was his build? Gateway, Gas, Core, Nexus. Wow, see, he actually did have the core before the Nexus. It should have been a little bit easier for him to hold that. Are you telling me that perhaps Nathanias is just goated? Yeah, that's probably it too. Honestly. Well. Now, what's interesting is the bot is supposed to comment occasionally on its own if nobody pings it, but I'm seeing that that's clearly not working, so this is a good test for me. It's also not really supposed to be able to be triggered by the same person too many times in a row, so in my testing, like, I kind of figured that I might not be able to make it only react to me completely, since I was testing it in semi-live environment. So it's completely possible that it works. There's just a bug in that specific part, since I haven't really been able to hammer it out, aka it doesn't work, but that was a part of the original intended design. I'm not really that much of an expert with C++, so you guys have to forgive me. Or C, it's just C, I think. C hashtag. So I think that's just regular C. Anyway, it's been a little while since Nathan was coding in C, so. That's such a generic, shitty answer. Oh, come on. I have to set the system prompt better, I guess. I went through a couple of different iterations of how I tried to write the personality for it. It's not quite the quality of answer I was hoping for. How many BCs will Nate build this game? I should add a dictionary of stream-specific terms for it, too. That's a good one. I'll note that as well. I need you guys to help show me how unfinished it is so that I can, after the stream is over, take time to work on it. But I did a little bit of that this morning. That's actually what my weekend project was. I think there's some sort of timer internally on it because it does crank my system resources. So it's running on the stream PC. I'm running a local LLM instance on my stream PC. That's basically meant to have an overly tuned toy personality for chat. And diffuser of tense situations, you know. The arbiter of truth, justice, and yeah, getting high on the patio after work. But it is running locally. I'm not using some sort of insanely expensive API for it. So I'm running Quen, I think 1B. I think I'm running a 1B model. I'm not sure. So it's pretty limited in terms of its intelligence. So, but I was trying to start with something that worked before I went to something that crashed the stream. So I think it needs like 15 or 20 seconds between being directly asked. There's like a couple different internal cooldowns I have on it just because I didn't really. Today's the first day that we're actually doing it, so I expect it to be pretty jank.
SCV ready. Big job. Huh? You're the boss. What's going on? SCV ready. I'm going. Big job.
Your add-on is complete.
What's going? SCV ready.
Let's get it. Let's get it. So we're against a Zerg player. My strategy this time around is to go pretty quickly into the 3cc before I'm trying to commit to any big air. I've started running into a lot of people who kind of just do the blind corruptor rush against me again, so I think we just start to generalize our playstyle a little bit more to deter shenanigans. But the idea here is that we're just going to play an extremely strong economic game, and even if this person is blindly ready for BCs, it's not going to help them. That's the idea anyway.
SCV ready.
That's the plan.
This better be good. Ready to plug it. SCV ready. I like it. Go ahead. SCV ready. Transformation systems primed. Certainly.
Let's see it, baby.
Command center up.
SCV ready.
Do you guys hear Japanese Parliament overturn the majority party for like the first time in 70 years? Pretty nuts. Perfect. See? Like I said, people are trying to be real aggro on us, so
SCV ready.
yeah, you got some damage done, but I'm right back at it, baby. Can do this all day.
Go ahead. You're here.
Research complete.
None there. Bro wants my body. Damn. I guess this was a part of his plan all along. He's a psychopath, huh?
Who called in the fleet?
Yeah, there's just nothing we can really do here, right?
Oh, did you?
SCV ready.
Yo, for a cheeser, he's got a lot of stuff. This guy's crazy. GG. Hey, it's Nathanias. Yo, what's up, Grand? How you doing? Oh yeah, he was a lot better than us. Good game. We got one battlecruiser that game, just one. Good to have you back. Hey man, you throw enough money at me, I'll stick around, alright? I appreciate it. Thanks for saying hi. I'm just waiting for Stormgate to get out of early access next month. It's gonna be nice.
Bad news.
I think that's the next interesting thing going on. I think that's the next interesting thing happening. Just coming on, enjoying some StarCraft, celebrating 15 years of the game. Yeah, that Ravager all in was sick. I thought the tank would be enough too, but that's just brutal sometimes. 15 years, yeah, right, man? Isn't that crazy? Isn't it crazy? It's been 15 years since this game dropped. It's crazy to think about that. Almost half my life, bro. Almost half my life. It's crazy to think about. Yeah, we're getting old, Visionary. We're getting old. EWC starts soon. Yeah, I've been seeing the boys all posting their flight pics. Been seeing the boys post their flight pics. Lag. Okay. He's trolling us. Wood internet? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Oi! Maybe.
Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
Let the past be the past till it's weightless. XD. Alright. Our opponent is 14 years old. No, maybe. I'm more of a no mayo kind of guy. Not no maybe. What does XD mean? Oh, XD is internet speak for I'm 14. That's it. No further explanation needed. When you're trying to riz somebody up, don't ever use XD, okay? Trust me. All right? Future you and your future potential children will thank me. Yeah, if you go like XDDD, the more D's you add on, the more of a loser you are. Yes, exactly, exactly. And before you guys are all like, Nathan, how could you possibly know? You see, I used to be the kind of person who would post XD unprompted. So, I can tell you, look at my life, look at where I am, look at what I've become. Trust me, you definitely don't want to be the kind of person who posts XD everywhere. I forgot my fusion core, that might be a bigger problem. Yeah, see? Exactly, exactly. I grew up completely unsupervised, had to raise myself, and I became the kind of person who writes XD on messages. Don't be like Nathan. Don't be like Nathan. And to you, you're missing fusion core. I say XD. Yeah, see, exactly, exactly. You become a battle cruiser rusher who will just who will occasionally forget to build battle cruisers. You know, like, is that really the kind of life you want? You want your kid visiting you in prison and being like, "Dad, why'd you do it? Why'd you forget your fusion core?" And then he's gonna be like, "Son, I don't know." And then he's just gonna cry. He's just gonna cry. Go. And then you know who's gonna comfort him? Chad, your wife's new husband. You're completely cooked. mean, this is like the freest win ever for this guy. I have no idea how I possibly win this, but we'll try to just pretend we didn't forget our fusion core, which delayed our non-fast expand build into a slow expand build. That's about it. It's about where we are now. That's our fate. It's the destiny. It's the destiny we've earned ourselves. Oh, there's the disable on the BC too. Ay, ay, ay. So he's got a Raven harassing and a Raven defensively. And he's got a bunch of Vikings and a Cyclone at home. Yeah, I think that's game. Let's go next. Yeah, he's just another guy that's way better than me. It was a mind game for chat. Exactly, exactly. It was just a test to see if you guys would notice if I built a fusion core or not. Good defense, to be honest. It would have been really hard for him to fuck that up, considering my build was 2 minutes late. If he died to that, he would probably be like a Gold League player. No offense. My starport was done on time. My fusion core was 3 minutes late. If he lost to that, I'm not sure there's brain function up there. No offense. I tossed the kid a softball. Sometimes I didn't mean to. It was definitely a mistake. Bad Nathan. But yeah, I tossed him a softball. We don't have to defend me or justify my actions, but we can admit I definitely didn't hit him as hard as I would have if I had done my build correctly. So, unless one of you guys can get us over to that timeline to see what happened, we'll just have to wait in case there's a rematch at some point. He has a barcode though, so we might never know if we rematch him or not. Just have to pray hard enough. The guy tried to doom drop you, and your Viking hit the first medevac that was carrying his only tank. Yeah, see, that can be a really difficult thing to deal with. You got to be careful with those. Yo, Russ Glimmer, what's up? What's up? Nice badge, looking good, looking good. Yeah, exactly. It'll be hard to know if we play him again, since we don't actually know who they are. I gotta, like, you know, with these guys, it's like the barcode is like an ear tag on a deer that's re-released back to the wild for data tracking purposes. So first you gotta take him down, then you gotta scan the ear tag, and then you can find out, you know, who owns this man. Oh, he's a greedy boy, huh? He's gonna be real greedy. Yeah, super.
Your command center's got some new toys.
You gonna give me orders? Want some? SCV ready. Big job, huh? SCV ready.
There we go. Go for the third CC and then take the gas and the natural like we did last game.
What's going on? In the rear with the gear. Want a piece of me? SCV ready. Huh? What's going on? Go ahead.
Command center upgrade complete.
In the rear with the gear.
There's a wall. The cool thing about playing this style and doing it the way that we're doing it now is we can still go for the BCs, but it'll be more games like the one earlier where the guy goes for a big 2-base attack. So we don't want to make it too easy to read what we're doing. Like, we kind of want to force people to play straight up. So if they let us be crazy greedy, then that still ends up being a net positive for us. Because Terran is like one of the best factions in the game for playing super greedy. Yeah, look at that. He even invested into Overlord speed for the vision. Stuff like this is really important. There's nothing to scout. There's nothing to see either. Double Rax Reactor plus eBay. Where have you seen that strategy before? Who does that? Double Barracks Reaper? Are you sure? Are you sure that's a real build? I'm not convinced. Groovy does. I've never heard of Groovy. Are you talking about like the disco? Or are you like quoting Ash Williams? Does Ash Williams go for double Barracks Reaper? I mean, honestly, if you could prove to me that he did, that would probably be enough to get me to do it. That'd probably be enough, honestly. Ash Williams is someone I obviously have a huge amount of respect for, as someone who's in the horror genre and has survived a couple of apocalypses himself. So.
Your add-on is complete.
There's a video? Cool. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't think I'm going to watch all that and learn it, but thank you for bringing your suggestion of a strategy in. Double Barracks Reaper with Reactor sounds very fun, and I hope that Groovy enjoys doing it. That's not really my style, though. He's trying. He's trying.
Yes, this better be good. Go ahead. SCV ready. Who wants something? Wait, you gonna... SCV ready. What's going on? SCV ready. Who called in the fleet?
Your base is getting blasted.
Damn, it was really just another roach all in, huh? That's crazy, bro. It was just another roach cheese. Ay, ay, ay. I can't get away from these guys, huh? Ay, ay, ay. People are bringing it today. People are absolutely bringing it. I don't have much to say here. It's an unfortunate situation to be in. Second guy in a row that does the same all in. It's the second guy I've played that's done this cheese today, so there's not a whole lot to say here. It's been a lot of roach busts. It's the second Zerg player in a row that's done this big 2-base roach all in. I need to be... I would say that I need to make an adjustment, but the reality is what I'm doing is kind of perfect against this. I'm going for tanks, I'm going for BCs. He just happens to have a lot of stuff, right? There's just not a lot I can do about the stuff issue. That's all.
Your add-on is complete. Upgrade ready. Moist.
Ay, ay, ay. There's the Hydras. Okay. Timing doesn't work out perfectly, but that's okay. 8 is great. I'll take it. I will take it. Yeah. No, this guy's a psychopath. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Add-on done. Swap.
He's absolutely crazy. Yeah, the only thing this guy's doing is putting a million overlords everywhere and getting ready for his next big bust attack, I guess, huh? Whoop, whoop. There's not a lot we can do now. I think we have to attack, so let's go. I think we have to.
Need something liberated? We have you on screen.
Oh, I got more SCVs. Oh, they just didn't do anything. Well, that's unfortunate, but we're still in it. Whoop, whoop. Got him. Oof. Dude, that's the second Zerg player in a row I've run into who's done that big roach attack. Except we beat it this time, obviously. But, ay, that was kind of nuts, huh? That was crazy. If only I'd gotten Blue Flame. That was really the only thing I felt like I was missing. A little bit of Blue Flame might have been nice to have. Not too many drones on the third base. I guess that was his fourth, huh? Let's go back to his big attack. Because he went for a super, super fast third, now that I think about it. When did Houston move to Tennessee? Yeah, I don't know. The Oilers moved around a couple of times, didn't they? That whole thing with the name. And now the Texans can't even use the Houston for can't even use it for throwbacks, right? The Oilers, because it's owned by Tennessee. Kind of like how Indianapolis isn't allowed to, or Baltimore is not allowed to do anything with the Colts, right? Baltimore is not allowed to do the Colts as a throwback either. Although, slightly different circumstances. Yeah, the timing on this attack was nuts. Look at his push. Look at the push by this guy. This is the second time. This is the second game I've played where the Zerg has done this today. Huge, huge, huge roach bust. But you see, this is how you get them to, like, instead of playing that crazy, greedy macro game, see, he only has 3 bases on this, and he doesn't have full drones on the third. So while he does kill a lot of my SCVs, it's like, what, 29 to 50? Yeah, with three orbitals, you've always got opportunity. he has more gas income from the third base, and he has the overlords on both of the thirds. So he can kind of see, he's given himself like a control type position over everything. But he loses a lot of overlords as a result, which also helps us. I needed Liberator range to finish, but I guess I accidentally canceled both of them. That was maybe the biggest mistake of the game. I really did believe that I started my Liberator range upgrade, and then it never, I did not. I thought I clicked to start the Liberator range and then cancel the Yamato after, so I wouldn't tab away from it. But I still even messed up. Even though I was trying to be aware of making sure I actually started the upgrade, I still found a way not to, so. Absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. Great game, though. Go Oilers. Why not? Why not? Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. There should be a new episode of Below Deck tonight. I'd like to see the chef get fired and then bring somebody in interesting. Hashtag bring back Chef Rachel. This is the Protoss player that we just beat with Cyclones to start the stream today. Happy Monday. Nice to have you back. You haven't been on Twitch in a while. Same, bro. I took like a whole year off. I wasn't streaming for like a whole year. I'm only planning to stream for about a month. I miss doing this. Hell yeah, Russ. Then let's just enjoy it, man. Let's enjoy the ride. Is this your chosen background noise? There's nothing weird about that at all. There's nothing weird about that at all, man. Stormgate 1v1 is no longer going to be on early access, I think, the end of next month. So there will be another opportunity to hopefully just go do that. But they're currently struggling to get enough people to actually have a functioning MMR system. So that's really the only thing holding me back. It's really the only thing holding me back from playing that game all the time. And obviously their co-op mode is not going to be done anytime soon either, by the looks of things. But at least for playing 1v1 RTS, that should be nice. I'm looking forward to that. I checked today. I think they did maintenance this morning.
Gotcha. Yeah, whatever.
I think they pushed a little server hotfix this morning for it. But last time I checked, there were only 66 people on. Now, he should be ready for the Cyclones this game. He'll probably do some kind of immortal rush if he's, you know, got that on the back of his mind anyway. Well, that's what got me back to coming in streaming some SC2 as well. I had some other stuff I wanted to do, and I was like, 15 years, huh? World Championship this weekend. This is a good time. It's a good time to stream some StarCraft. Felt like a lot of damage. Getting any probes for the Reaper is pretty nice. Usually when they kill the Reaper and the Hellion like that, they feel they can go out on the map. So that's kind of when the expectation from to start getting a little more aggressive will come through. Like now would be a time where he would come up and poke me. And I don't actually have anything if you look. Like I've just got a battle cruiser that's in construction, but not particularly useful yet. Unfortunately, you know, they say it takes, what, a day for your funds to settle after a trade. It's kind of like that, you know. The money's coming in. I just, you know, you gotta wait a day. You gotta wait a day. Why? So that some middleman can skim and make half a penny off of every penny of yours. That's quite literally the reason, you know. It's important. It's important. That middleman spends a lot of money to be able to do what he does. It's very important to him as well. He's like, where's the Cyclones? I thought there would be Cyclones. I thought there'd be Cyclones. Oh, he's coming. He wants it. Hey, you can have it, boy. GG. Well done. People say that I waste time in games that I've lost. I've found that to be a common source of feedback on the stream, so if the first BC dies without doing serious damage, we're always just gonna leave the game. This way we don't get trapped. This way we don't get trapped. Thank you, ChatGPT, for doing deep research on the things people hate the most about my stream. I appreciate you. We got the same guy. All right, let's just go Cyclones this time. That's probably what we have to do. He's gonna be really ready for the battle cruiser apparently if we go for that. We don't have many other options. Perfect. To make sure there's no probe around the natural. Then we can patrol it up front and just make sure that he doesn't get a follow-up scout. I think the cool thing about this StarCraft World Championship is it's the first time in maybe 7 years where it's not really obvious who's going to win. It might be the first time in like 6 or maybe 8 years that that's hard to pick what race will even win as well. I think it's probably the most competitively even Grand World Championship we've had in a really, really long time. So I have to say that that's a big part of what I'm excited about for EWC. We haven't had this healthy of a meta in a very, very long time. If you guys, some people that have come back to this stream don't follow StarCraft that much anymore, but StarCraft 2 basically became a 2-race game the last like 5-6 years. Protoss completely fell off. They had a multi-year period of no big wins. I don't think they had one of the longest streaks, I think, for World Champ missing as well.
Your SCVs are under attack.
Got him. Got him. He's a G-man. He's a G-man. There it is. Now, see, I do prefer going for battle cruisers, but they're just, you know, they're not this good. You certainly can't win games like this with battle cruisers. And he has the obs here too, doesn't he? Yeah. That's the beauty of that strategy, is you can really do a lot. You can really do a lot with that. It looks like Blink and then Robo then Blink. Twilight, Robo, Blink, Observer. So I guess he wanted to have Blink as fast as he could. Hey, Eris. Yeah, I'm trying to use some coded language to find people that aren't toxic psychopaths, honestly. Thank you for recognizing that. How are you doing? You have any idea how many years it's taken me to push all the insane, all the people I secretly never agreed with, but decided that my image supported what they believed in over the years? It took a lot of time. It took a lot of time. My daughter has watched it 100 times. My wife and I watch it every night before we go to bed, man. It's some good shit. I got the album on shuffle right now. And now I'm against Shrimp Dick. Incredible. Incredible. Well, since your daughter's into the show, do you know which one you are? My wife told me I'm Junie. I'm Rumi, sorry. My wife really likes corn dogs, so she says she's Bob. It's just how it is. You're the lead singer with the incredible voice. There you go. There you go. I fist bump you through the internet. There you go, Roomy Bros. Where we at? You watched it for the first time last night. Lots of fun. Yeah, it's good. It's good. The least promoted banger of the 2020s. It took us maybe a week or two after it came out before we checked it out. I think they topped the charts in the US as far as K-pop goes, even though they're not a real group. That's pretty fantastic. You love to hear it. You love to see that. I'll keep resubbing with my Prime as long as this channel exists. God bless you. Bless you, sir. Just a humble gamer. Just a humble gamer reliving my glory days. In fact, the only reason I come here to stream is so people will come say, Nathan, didn't you used to be much better than like a big caster? And then I'm like, yeah, you know, I did, huh? I did. That's pretty cool. That's really it. That's really it. I'm here for attention into Aura Farm as usual. My wife now finally understands what aura farming is. She's been watching the final saga of Dragon Ball Z with me. We watched Majin Buu tentacle smack around Vegeta for 10 minutes while Goku powered up to do nothing. It's good times. It's good times. That's my man. That's my man. Good to see you, MKP. Yeah, I've been doing my full Dragon Ball rewatch. The guy who hooked me up got me Dragon Ball Kai. It's okay, you know. There's only like 7 million episodes of the original, so I didn't want to do it to him. They changed a lot, though, I'll admit. The original's better. You know, but I didn't say that. Then I found out the original, there were actually like 8 seasons that were like 150 episodes each, and I'm like, how did I watch this as a little kid? I remember so many things that weren't in the abridged version, and I'm just like, how many episodes of this show did I actually watch? I have no idea. No idea. You wake up on Saturday morning, and the entire episode is just Goku running along Snake Way, and nothing actually happens, and you're like, oh, I guess it was one of those weeks. Damn, shrimp dick got me. Hey, Bayo. Bayo, which K-pop demon hunter are you? Me and most of chat are Rumi. We need to know who you are as well. If you don't know the answer to the question, just think of the first name you can. All right? Okay. I'm just messing with you. It's good to see you, Bayo. Happy Monday. Oh yeah, no, this is over. I mean, this guy was just doing a one-base tank push. I was completely cooked. If I keep the Reapers and Hellions outside of his base, I could like maybe kind of slowly drag him across the map while the BC builds, but I think since the Reapers and Hellions died, there was no point dragging that one out. Aside from that, not too much else. Not too much else going on. Still looking for new things to watch all the time, always. And I'm hoping to go to the movies Thursday or Friday. Oh, we got Shrimp Dick again. Okay, so he's probably going to do the one-base tank rush, right? He's going to do the tank rush.
It's time to kick things off.
So we'll just go BC. We'll just go BC tank since we know he's going to do that big push. We rush the BC and then just rush the defense at the front. We don't have to think about expanding. He's probably going to go for the same strat. Superman? Yeah, I'll probably watch that when I can stream it somewhere. Superman had too stable of a childhood upbringing, so I can't relate to him, you know? He's not my favorite hero. He had two people who loved him and were there for him for a long time. So, you know, that's... I just can't relate. The one with The Witcher? No, they made a new one. They made a new one with the hot guy from... what's that movie where the chick kills him with an axe or something? He's a lot better looking in that movie than as Superman, to be honest, but facial hair, his face card did not decline. That's a man who needs a 5 o'clock shadow to look good. Is he even a man from another planet? Yeah, I guess that's like the takeaway, right? It's like, do you think the top was spinning or not at the end of Inception? You know, it's kind of a... I don't know that there's meant to be a direct answer. Everybody kind of has their own opinion on that. It's almost part of the point, right? But I'm mostly looking forward to hopefully seeing the only reason I'm really interested in this movie is because every time the Fantastic Four have been mentioned in anything Marvel related for the last 5 years, they've basically been brutally murdered. My absolute favorite part of the Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness was Reed Richards getting turned into actual spaghetti. It was good times. So I'm just hoping that I can watch this movie and see more visions of how they all get destroyed. So that'll be nice. I'm under the impression this is a plot where they escape their world to go to the main movie universe or something. Obviously, you're not safe from spoilers here until I see the movie. I won't spoil a movie in theaters that I just saw, but it's not out yet, and I don't know what happens, so I'm allowed to speculate. And if you've already seen it and I've correctly spoiled the whole thing, good. Happy to do so. Oh, he's changed his tactics completely this game. He's changed his tactics completely. You were so excited to see John act too? Nah. Oh, he acted all right. John, I want you to... Okay, Krasinski, all you have to do is act like your body is being completely pulled apart from the inside out. Scream at the top of your lungs. Scream at the top of your lungs like you're never gonna see your wife and kids again. And John's like, shit. You're like, this was a Marvel movie? But I like Sam Raimi films, so I'm a freak. I've actually watched Army of Darkness more than once. I'm not proud of that fact. But if I have to be a generic, you know, middle-aged white male, why not be Ash Williams? Honestly. This is where I find out some more lore that I don't know about him. That would make me not want to be him. But then I would anyway, so.
Your add-on is complete.
Did I play the game? I don't know how many different games Ash Williams is in. I've only played Evil Dead the game and Dead by Daylight with him. Those are the only two Ash Williams adjacent games I've played. No, I have not modded him into my Left 4 Dead, if that counts. I haven't done that. Not that you were going to bring it up, but I figure I might as well keep covering bases. Just checking for proxies around the edge.
Your SCVs are being liberated.
Oh, damn, the double drop. I think 2 Cyclone drop with these Marines is probably enough to just pop me, right? It's not so bad. Oh, he's got the Vikings and the tanks out now, too. Yeah, I think we're dead. Let's just GG. I think he did enough damage to win. Let's go again, baby. Yeah, he's way better than us. We're going to have a hard time beating him if we keep rematching. There was nothing else quite like it when it came out. Yeah. Well, again, I like a lot of those movies because obviously they were popular when I saw them, but I saw them all when I was a little kid, so I completely get you. What is the most valuable memory I have? The world pre-internet. Mostly because I was one of those kids who lived in a middle of nowhere Huck Finn situation. Getting lost in the woods for days at a time with no physically possible way to be reached at the age of 10 years old was... Went on some adventures. Thanks, Farsath. You're my little soda. Pop, pop. We've been trading in a range of 23 to 2370 for about 2.5, 3 months now. Closed over 24 for the first time, I think, in quite a while. We'll see if it. We'll see. It could mean something. It could mean nothing. Try not to rematch him if we can help it, huh? He's in a game already, so I guess that's why we're stuck in the queue. All the good players. It's like, you'd be better at the game if you're mentally stable with a good life. So it's like, obviously the employed people are at the top of the ladder. So it's just me and the other riffraff here gaming it out in the middle of the day. Some people on the East Coast will be getting back soon. Ideally. I'm too mentally stable to be on the ladder at this hour of day, I guess, is the issue. There we go. We got a Terran. I haven't seen any good campy horror movies in a while. I haven't seen anything pop up on my radar. We've destroyed so many. We've made it through quite a few films in our marriage. Did I see Get Out? Dude, that was fantastic. Yeah, actually. I did finally watch that. It was really good. That's not really, I don't know if I'd really define that as a campy horror, but it does have a little bit of camp in it. I'm not going to argue with you. I would say that it's like a really good, it's a really, really good horror movie, honestly. It's really well done. I don't really have any complaints about it as far as being a film goes. And I would say, as somebody who's had crazy ass, really, really intense panic attacks and stuff, as someone who's got some PTSD stuff, the whole thing where she makes him fall inside the hole in his own head, I'm like, that's a weirdly relatable experience for disassociating in some ways. That was some spooky shit. But obviously anybody who's been in a situation like that has also at some point fantasized about being hypnotized out of it too. So I was very interested in the movie. It was good. Felt that way smoking sativa once? Ay, ay, ay. My man went to the Shadow Realm. Went to the Shadow Realm, dueled Yugi, came back and said, hey guys, do we have any chips? Good times. I got the wrong guy here. Let's see. What's going on? So what? You think he's gonna lift that, right? Oh, okay. No. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Define campy horror. So if we have to start, if we're going to explain this concept, we have to start really low level. Like, horror camp is more or less a series of tropes that are typically attributed to horror movies. Just to be clear, like, a camp in horror is not necessarily any sort of specific thing that you're looking for. It mostly a good campy horror movie in general. If you ask me, as an absolute slut for movies, campy horror is basically a horror movie that puts any effort in to acknowledge the occasional ridiculousness. And not necessarily a fourth wall breaking, but it's like there are certain things that when you watch horror movies, you kind of look out for them. And there are a lot of horror movies that very deliberately either give you what you want when you're looking for those things, like fan service, or they give you funny stuff you're not expecting. Like, oh, this is the part where this would normally happen in every movie. And then they put a little, they give you the opposite, or they do something, out of left field or unexpected with it, But if a movie doesn't have any of that and it plays itself like super serious, then you get a really shitty horror movie, like Insidious, which has no camp. There's no camp in the horror movie Insidious. It is just a movie about a kid who becomes a poltergeist basically out of nowhere, and it's not really interesting. And they're like, yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's very, very difficult because there's just not a lot going on with it. So. Now, this is a one base all-in, and mostly just need to get the battle cruiser out if I want to have any chance here. But as you can see, this is like kind of a rush design to basically make it so I can't do that. So we'll just GG. We'll go next. That's a pretty hard attack to stop, honestly. One base, I'm guessing, right? Did he have an expansion of any kind? No, he didn't expand until after the attack went out. So I don't think there was really anything we could have done there. We'll just go next. Cabin in the Woods. Cabin in the Woods was like, the most interesting thing about that movie is that there is not really any hint of what it is actually about anywhere. That's the best thing I can say about it. I finally watched Cabin in the Woods for the first time last summer. It seemed pretty shit at the start. And then towards the middle of it, it kind of starts to go off the rails a little bit in a boringly predictable way. And then you're like, eventually you reach this point where you're like, oh, okay, everybody in this movie is just baked out of their minds, like working on it. And the final, it's not even so much the second half of the movie. It's like the last quarter of the movie. You're just like, yeah, whatever it was that you thought this movie was going to be about at the start, you were absolutely wrong no matter what. No matter what it is that you convinced yourself. And I thought, I'm like the guy that calls it at the start. Like, that's the most fun thing to do, is to point at someone and be like, all right, this person's actually working for them. This person's actually blah, it's like you kind of have those, but not possible to make a correct prediction based on the first half of Cabin in the Woods. It was the most interesting attempt at making an unpredictable horror movie that I have ever seen, and I actually really enjoyed it. So the ending was great. It was it's a humbling film. It's a humbling film. You will watch it and point and laugh and predict things and be wrong over and over and over again, and it won't even be bad. So it's pretty good. Yeah, Cabin in the Woods, big thumbs up from Nate, actually. Big thumbs up. There you go. He loves Cassidy. Incredible. my opinion on the Resident Evil movies. The first movie, pretty good. Second movie, actually quite a bit of fan service, pretty decent. Beyond that, it is nothing at all but over the top gratuitous fan service with no real depth to it. So it becomes about as shallow as a piece of paper after the second film, and even the second film's writing is not great. They just happen to give you the actual downfall of Raccoon City and people dressed in actual game authentic outfits, including stars people. So whoever they got to play Jill in that second movie carried it on her back, you know? But at the even at those points in the films, there is still some attempt of story subterfuge where they're not trying to lay out all the cards on you, and then they get to the third one and they're just like, Alice, you are the answer for everything, and nothing will happen for the rest of these movies except people trying to kill you or you trying to kill the people trying to kill you. And it's like, that's it. So it's like, I mean, do you want to watch a high budget, CGI of monsters from the game fight people? Like, yes, you can pay for that, but I'm pretty sure we'll be AI generating better boss fights with those characters in the next few years than those movies came up with. So whatever longevity they thought they had will be gone. Those are actually movies that will be better done by AI than themselves. That's the most fucked up thing I'm ever going to say, but the inability of corporate culture to create a good movie based off of one of the most popular for gaming franchises ever, that the fans all unanimously demand a realistic movie of. No amount of powerful men or money in the world is capable of putting together a good Resident Evil movie, because for whatever reason, too many people got their heads up their butt to make it possible. So I cannot wait. I cannot wait for VO4 or VO5 or whatever VO it takes to be the one that they're able to make a Resident Evil movie in. Because that's it. That's it. As long as it's up to men in suits who want money, nothing good will ever be made. GG. You're telling me that you have one of the most popular video games ever made, and the entire first game is a group of cops going into a mansion without knowing what's inside, and there's just horrors coming out of the walls and floors eating people. You're telling me you can't get together a cast and a budget and a script to make this movie? And these games sell like tens of millions over the years, and you can't make one attempt at making a movie that just reproduces the best horror movie aspect of the franchise? Like, I don't know whose fault it is, but it's somebody's fault. Okay? I'm 32. I've been playing these games since I was 7 years old, okay? Now, I live in America, so as a man, my life expectancy goes down very sharply as I get close to 60. Okay? I don't get to live to be 80 like everybody else, so I need them to put out a decent Resident Evil movie in the next 30 years, okay? I'm running out of time. I'm running out of time, guys. I just want to watch 90 minutes of people crawling through that goddamn mansion and it blowing up at the end. That's all I want. That's all I want. The only thing of plot significance that happens is they find out that the mansion's owned by Umbrella or whatever, and then the entire plot of 2 and 3 is you don't even have to do anything. The whole entire point is that they escape. And they tell their superiors and no one believes them. So you could have anything happen. It doesn't really matter even. Now you shouldn't go with like a complete you shouldn't go for a complete anything, but I think you still want to try and do it the right way, but the plot of Resident Evil 2 and 3 only happened because when they get back from the mansion, no one believes them, and the police chief is also paid by Umbrella, so everybody just gets put on vacation And then they all leave town. And then Resident Evil 2 happens. That's why none of them are there. Except Brad, and he gets a tentacle through the face. Yeah, see, like, the Last of Us looked really good. I never played the Last of Us games, and I watched the first few episodes of the show, and I was like, okay, this at least seems good. It's kind of like how if you've like watched Arcane, you know, League of Legends is not a story-based or story-driven game. You know what I'm saying? Like, League of Legends is not a story-driven game, but they've also got one of the most compelling stories of all time in the TV show around the game. So it's like, you know, it's not impossible. Imagine if people who cared that much about that type of project were working on a project for that. You know, that's really what I fantasize about. You see these teams of people trying to make super well done adaptations of things, and they're really popular. I watch like this Fallout TV show, and I'm like, Fallout got a good TV show before Fallout got representative media before Resident Evil. Oh, it's tough. Silent Hill movie. Did they make a new one, or are you talking about the old one from like 20 years ago? Are we getting cheesed? We might be getting cheesed here.
SCVs are under attack.
We'll see. Nice. Oh, there we go. We got him to bring it all back. Gotcha, boys. Win. Beautiful. Look at that. He 2-rack sweepered me. Is that the build the guy in chat was talking about earlier? I'll take it. Look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, how do you beat somebody 500 MMR above you? You let them beat themselves. Damn. Fantastic. The first Silent Hill movie? Yeah, it was good. Silent Hill is terrifying to me. It's like, it's a place that brings out all the worst parts of your inner psyche, right? I don't want to know what that place looks like. But they even made a Monster Hunter movie, too, which was also made by the same guy who made the Resident Evil movies, and he also put his wife as the lead. Guys, when you're a fan of the best horror game franchise ever, but the movie is literally made by a freak who just wants to have his wife kill people with superpowers. That's literally it. That's literally all those movies, by the way. That's like, yeah, once you start getting into how those things happen, it's not great. Pretty sure one of Mila Jovovich's stunt doubles actually got, like, absolutely brutalized filming one of those as well. Those movies are nuts. For how much of them were CGI, it's impressive people were capable of getting hurt during them. That's like if everybody was like, "Oh my god, they're finally going to make an actual like really good Mass Effect movie, but I'm making it." And I'm like, "Actually, this movie is just going to be my dog farting while people battle aliens, you know?" Every time something interesting happens, it's just going to cut to my dog, like, peeing over some guy's body in a hallway, like, away from the action. That's it, you know? I just decided that because I'm going to get paid millions to make this. The movie's actually about my dog now. I gave him a cameo. There is some kind of plot, but the dog has superpowers. So what, the giant enemy kills everybody else for the action scenes. Final 5 minutes of the movie, dog shows up, takes care of him, no problem. Making films is easy. Yeah, I'm filming it in space, aka a giant room with all green walls, floors, and ceiling. So I just let my dog run around in circles, and then everything else is done by the post-production guys. The script is very simple. At the beginning, they think he has no powers, and they put him in a box. And then at the end, he reveals he actually had powers within him all along, breaks out of the box, and defeats the big bad. Nothing else that happens in the movie is of any consequence at all, and none of the other characters do anything that matters or will be tracked by our continuity team in the next film either. There will be 7 movies, by the way. It's kind of like how they had that TV show about the Flash, and then it got taken over by people who decided that for 6 seasons in a row, they would defeat the main bad guy by simply pleading with them to stop, and it would just work. Let me out! Degeneration, Damnation, and Vendetta. Oh yeah, we've watched them all. I think the only one my wife hasn't seen is the airport one, which I think is Degeneration. And we haven't seen the fake movie that they released on Netflix as like a 2-part show or whatever. They were gonna release another animated movie, and then Netflix was like, "Well, if we say it's a TV show, it'll be better." So they just split the movie in half, and it's just like 2 episodes or some insanity. Or maybe it's in 4 parts now. But there's an animated one on Netflix that's a not movie, but a movie. Although weirdly enough, one of the best pieces of Resident Evil media I've ever consumed, even though I'm a diehard fan, was the really, really shitty live-action Netflix show. All because I got to watch Wesker go to Olive Garden and complain that he couldn't get 2 baskets of breadsticks and that it didn't count as unlimited. You know, I don't know why. That broke something in me. Maybe I'm no longer a person anymore after that. But there was just something about watching that happen that just rewrote me. Oh, and there is a part in the show where they ask about the real Wesker, and he says, "Yeah, but he was a jerk who died in a volcano." And I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. That's actually the best thing. That's actually the most realistic thing we've gotten from the games in any piece of Resident Evil media. That is the closest thing to an actual game reference from any of the movies they've ever made, which is so unbelievably messed up. But at the same time, I appreciated that closure, that at least even in that Netflix show that got so horrible reviews that everybody made fun of, at least they referenced Wesker dying in a volcano. It's a pretty badass way to go. I'm just saying. Like, that's it. That's all they got. And that was enough. That alone was enough. Well, that and the breadsticks. But I love Olive Garden. Because when you're there, you're family. So. Pig won't be at EWC? Yeah, no, he will not. He will not. I think he finally posted about it publicly, right? He had his kid. I saw it on SC Reddit today. But we've been checking in recently. Yeah, I knew he wasn't. I think I got the news last week, but what's the tea? Nothing. Pig had his kid. He's He wants to be there for his kid right now and his wife, which makes a tremendous amount of sense. So he's not going to be at EWC. That's all. Like a real man, he actually wants to be there for his family, which is like incredible, and one of the reasons why Pig is so hot. What can I say? He's a great guy. Yeah, he's a dad. Pig's a dad now.
Add-on done. Swap away.
What's going on? Yep.
He just wants the bunker, right? Yeah, he just wants to keep the bunker out of play so he can just smash the front. That does make sense. We can't be surprised by that. People who play ranked ladder are typically trying to win as fast as they can so they can prove something to themselves. So we need to go in with the expectation that our opponent is going to do everything he can to push this game to its conclusion as quickly as he possibly can. Yeah, Degeneration I think I saw like on my PSP like 20 years ago. I think that was one of those. Vendetta was probably the best one of the animated ones. Even though that's the one that's infamous for the scene where Chris and the other guy fight each other on the rooftop for 5 minutes straight without landing a single shot on either of each other. So that's, yeah. That's what that one's known for. There's a lot of TikTok edits made of that.
Completed that mineral field.
Yeah, the gun fu, the gun fu.
Yes, Commander.
In the rear with the gear. What? Huh? Well, butter my biscuit.
He was a jerk who died in a volcano.
Bad news?
Who called in the fleet?
Funny shit.
Big job, huh?
Well,
Huh? Go ahead.
patching you through.
We're gonna need everything to get our third base here with how aggressive he's been all game. We're gonna need to really push it. Maybe KO Ken times 7 or something.
Patching you through. You've depleted that mineral field.
That'll be rough, but I think we can deal with it. I think we can do it.
In the rear with bad news. Big job, huh?
Yeah, look at that. Look at that giant ass army of stalkers he has outside our base. Yeah, he's crazy. So like I was saying, this guy's gonna make nothing but stalkers all game, huh? He's crazy.
Yes, Commander.
Ready to roll out.
Well,
In the rear, huh? What's going on?
what is it?
I think if he's not attacking or trying to do anything either, he's kind of trolling us, right? He's having a bit of a giggle to himself right now, isn't he? I think he has enough to kill us. I think he's just trying to waste our time. I'm gonna just take the third base and let him kill us. That's my plan. That's the easiest way out of this. It's the easiest way out of this. I think he's having a giggle at our expense.
Who called in the fleet?
Upgrade complete.
We gotta take the third base and just let him kill us.
Good thing you've got more of those, right?
What's going on?
CDs didn't sign up.
There it is.
Bad news?
Fueled up, ready to go.
Yeah, crazy. Nothing but stalkers. GG. Oh, he's way higher ranked than us. I don't think there's mathematically any chance we could have beaten him anyway. That makes sense. Yeah, I think I was seeing Steadfast is going to be at EWC for Pig. So, you guys get your Steadfast fix in this week. Yeah, we're just playing against really high ranked players now. I won too many games, guys. We won too many games.
The quest for glory begins.
What's going on?
I knew it wouldn't take more than a week of playing to get back to Grandmaster. I knew it. The ladder reset today, so I think it'll be next Monday night.
In the rear. Big job. SCV ready.
I don't really know how it works anymore. I think they still do it every day, but it still doesn't open until after the first week.
Bad news? Go ahead. What's going on? SCV ready. I'm going. Go ahead. SCV ready. In the rear with the gear.
I think we'll go into try to do a more normal opener now that we're getting a bunch of now that we're getting rematches all day again. Now that we're back to nothing but rematches on the stream. It only took us about 3 or 4 days of streaming again to get nothing but rematches, but we can start doing some more boring, uninteresting strategies that are a little bit more flexible but still kind of allow us to do what we want to do. But we're going to run into a lot of these people doing like those double drops and the cheese. We're up against people with a lot to prove, so they're going to be coming at us with everything they've got.
Command Center 2.0.
Hey Aztec Mike, thanks buddy.
Big job, huh? What's it worth? SCV ready. In the rear with the gear. Go ahead. Huh? What? SCV ready. I'm listening. The Grim Reaper has arrived. Bandit, what's it? Ready to raise some hell. Roger. SCV ready.
Your add-on is complete.
Huh? Big job, huh?
Add-on's finished.
In the rear.
Yeah, 15 years of StarCraft, that's crazy. Does anybody know like the American time zones that they're doing for that event for EWC? Is that going to be watchable for West Coast? Most of the StarCraft tournaments the last few years have been for European time zones, and they don't really cater to much else. So I don't. That's my only question. Starts at 4 a.m. Pacific. Okay, so it'll be on. It'll be on when I get up to look at the tickers. That's good. It's good to know.
SCV ready.
Yeah, see? The thing he did last game, not working at all. Not working at all.
SCV ready.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
SCV ready.
Your command center's got some new toys. Your research is ready.
If you want me to take you seriously, you're going to have to try a lot harder than that.
Workers win games for protecting.
SCV ready. Yeah.
Your research is ready.
Huh? Big job. SCV ready. What's going on? Channel's clear, boss. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. Fueled up, ready to go. SCV ready. Bad news.
Oh, it didn't start the engineering bay that I clicked on. It did not start the engineering bay. That's a bit unfortunate.
SCV
It puts us in a slightly awkward situation.
Command Center 2.0.
Beautiful, beautiful. Man.
Go ahead. Channel's clear, boss. SCV ready.
Your command center's got some new toys.
SCV ready.
BEA, beautiful.
State your request.
SCV ready.
You've depleted that mineral field.
Nothing.
Scanning battle engineering.
Ready to go.
In the rear with the gear. SCV ready. Cyclone en route.
Your research has concluded.
Big job, huh?
Scanning battlefield conditions. State your request.
Upgrade complete.
Moving into position.
Scanning battle ready for service.
Oh, I'll get there.
This vessel will
Oh, yep, see? He's going right for it. He's going for them big battle cruiser counter.
You've mined out some of your minerals.
Cyclone en route. Nothing'll stop me.
state wait.
Go ahead.
Fantastic.
Who called in the fleet?
Scanning battle.
Research complete.
Combat.
Mm. Oh, let's dance.
SCV ready. Who called in the fleet?
is complete.
What's going on?
State.
Yes, Commander.
Command Center 2.0 ready to go. Upgrade ready. Noise.
I'm going.
Who called in the fleet? Yes. Oh, really? Squadron en route. What is it? Take it.
Nope, 6 Vikings for 1 BC. Not too bad. Not too shabby.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade ready. Noise.
State your request.
Who called in the fleet?
SCV ready.
Mine out a mineral field.
Is your sound messed up? It's possible. I suppose I don't know enough about your setup to determine if it is messed up, but it could be. If you believe that there's an infinite amount of things that could happen in the universe at any given point in time, then there's actually a very strong chance that at some point
Upgrade complete.
your audio isn't working. So, there's your deeply, needlessly technical answer. I got you.
Who called in the fleet?
Your command center's got some new toys.
Yes. Oh,
Research complete.
yes, Commander.
You've depleted that mineral field.
Bad news?
Your base is getting blasted. Command Center 2.0 ready to go. Find out some of your minerals. Base is under siege.
Who called in the fleet?
Find out a mineral field. Good thing you've got more of those. SCVs didn't sign up to play.
Do your thing, boy. Do your thing, girl.
Scanning bad locating conditions.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade ready. Noise. You've depleted that mineral field.
Yes, Commander. It's a trap. Well, engage.
Great job.
What is it?
He's looking for him.
You mined out some of your minerals.
Yeah, why not, right?
Ready for state.
There it is, baby. There it is. Beautiful. Whew. Those Yamato cannons are powered by Alfredo sauce. Yes, exactly. It's pure Alfredo. Pure magma Alfredo. Mmm. Hot liquid magma Alfredo. Too hot for Olive Garden special. Sorry. Trying to do that voice, you know. The hard part about trying to think about something funny is that you start to laugh at it before you get it out, and then you just look like an asshole. I'm really good at that. So, GG. Yeah, I know. Hey guys, we've been going at it for 2 hours. I got plenty more games coming up. That guy, we're winning some games against players that are better than us, especially as we do a little more real macro strategies instead of memeing. But we're no longer in climb the ladder mode. We're in I guess get Grandmaster when it opens in 7 days mode. So I don't think we're gonna have to try very hard to get GM, but I will be able to pretend that it's some kind of accomplishment. So I'm gonna go for it. Yeah, I'm gonna bio real quick. Be right back. Hey, get back. I need some Zerg. Please try harder to get a Zerg. How about you try harder? All right, how about you bring me a Zerg? Where's the sacrificial offerings to the streamer? I mean, do you guys even know my culture? Sometimes I feel like you don't even know me. Asking me for things without bringing a goat? Don't you guys know? Don't you guys know how these rituals go? No, I'm American, not British. We're just sacrificing the goat, that's all. Actually, we did get a Zerg, so whoever it was that you just murdered, thanks, appreciate it. Hopefully it was a goat. You can substitute other things.
What's going on? We hear you. What's going? Go ahead. SCV ready.
What's his name? Tito.
SCV ready here.
It's a lamb.
Big job. SCV ready.
I'm actually just using the pig icon with this account because I think he looks the most like a pop star out of the portraits in the game.
Big job.
And also to show my support for Pig in general.
In the rear with the gear. It's your dime. Huh? SCV ready. Yeah. Huh? In the rear. SCV ready.
I don't think you can really stop them from watching your gas in this map, right?
In the rear. Go ahead.
Not sure that's actually an option.
Go ahead. This better be good. Yep. Back. Huh? Go ahead. In the rear. You gonna give me orders?
Command center upgrade complete.
Been waiting on it. SCV ready. By the numbers, boys. Gateway.
I was curious if an Overlord would be coming from this side just for that, but I don't think so. Trying to learn how people play these new maps too. Oh, he flew it straight into my main base. Now see, nobody ever does that, so it's like, ah. They're always trying to go around the side. You had a doctor's appointment? Well, I hope it went well.
These are being liberated in the worst way.
Really? Okay. Jundama. That is not an ideal third command center position. For your diligent efforts to queue a Zerg, thank you, Lord Callian. I appreciate that. Somebody in here knows. Somebody in here knows how to make a statement.
SCV ready. Huh? Yep. SCV ready.
No, you can't. You can't build it on this side because of the gas. I would have had to put the bunker here. I like putting my bunker in the middle of the wall though, because a lot of people will try to abuse you if you put the command center in the wall. That one Zerg player, that the first game against Zerg we had today, we got a Ravager busted, and the only thing they did was just send Ravagers to drop biles on the command center in the wall. And as soon as I lifted the command center, he sent like a flood of lings through. It was actually two different games. In one game, they sent a flood of lings through. In the other game, they actually just hard committed to the command center. Like, he threw all the roaches and stuff at my tanks and then had everything else just like basically Giga YOLO dive onto the he just had everything else do like super Giga Mega YOLO dives onto the command center. So we got the only games we played against Zerg, we've been roach rushed both games. So this is the first game against Zerg where there's a possibility for that to not be the case. Why? Because this is the first game that we played against Zerg since then. So logically speaking, there's no other possibility. He could do the same thing, but he might not. So we'll just have to wait and find out. We'll have to learn a little bit about this man, what he's into, what he's not into, etc., etc.,
Add-on is complete.
etc. And inside. You're too vulnerable at 4:15? Yeah, so I guess some guy was watching the stream replay and he said that at 4:15 I was too vulnerable and he killed me there. So there you go. Guy in chat has analyzed my build order. If you guys have any further questions for today's stream, make sure you ask Dexter Gegster, okay? He's better than me, he's smarter than me. He beat me in a game of StarCraft, so no more questions for Nathan. All your questions are now directed towards him. Thank you. Thank you. This guy was willing to pick up my Atlas rock for me. What an absolute god. Oh, I can finally get up and walk around. Oof. The dream. The infestation pit is right there.
Engineering at your disposal. Commence.
Gangway, coming through. In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
I guess we start with Cyclones. Start with Blue Flame first, so because he's got a lot of lings. That kind of makes sense, I think. I think that makes sense. Maybe. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Contains the least well-known Star Wars character with the least well-known mascot platformer. There you go. There you go. Yeah, he's got the Spire on the way, too.
Your research has concluded. Add-on done. Swap away.
Want to get some creep tumors, you know. Keep it cash.
Add-on's finished.
Nah. Not worth it.
Find out a mineral field. Good thing you've got more of those, right?
Engineering.
You've depleted that mineral field. You've mined out some of your minerals. You've depleted that mineral. You mined out a mineral.
See if we can get this base. This might be the one to go for here.
You've mined out some of your minerals.
Oh, nice. It's good effort. It's good effort.
You've depleted that mineral field. You've mined out some of your minerals. Mined out a mineral field. Good thing you've got more of those, right? Upgrade complete.
Let's do it. See what he's got. Okay. Damn. That's a good push. All right, I think we're dead. GG, well played. Hey man, that was a really well-timed attack. He smashed me on both sides at the same time. I don't think there was much I could do about that. I suppose if I hadn't opened up the gold minerals, maybe he would have just done that attack at the front, but... Always nice to see as Zerg Mech BC lose, yeah. Hey, I'm just happy you're having a good time. That's all that matters. GG. Yeah, it's because I mined the forward base, right? He had 2 angles he could attack from. I think that helped a lot. I think that helped a lot. Yeah, maps like that are brutal. Your style is awesome to watch. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's not like other people are capable of doing what I do on the ladder, so...
Bad news? What's going on?
If they ever wanted to make BIOS something other than being boring as shit, I would play it, but... It's a style that's only had counters added against it over the years, sadly. Am I singing silently? Yes, I am. You better believe it. I got jams on, man. I got jams on. I was listening to the KDH OST earlier, but I can only listen to that for like 2 hours at the start of the stream. I just got one of my other playlists on now.
Your command center's got some new toys.
Been waiting on you. Oh yeah.
Let us hear that beautiful voice. Hey man, you pay me enough money, I'll do whatever you want, alright?
What's going on? SCV ready.
We can both stay in our seats otherwise, though. Guy Terran is the strongest heir anyway. Dude, I really feel like most of the time, if you can get a fully maxed out upgraded BC army, there's very little that can fight against it. Like, Corruptors are basically the only army that head-to-head can actually beat maxed out pure battlecruiser. There's not really anything else in the game that can beat it when you control it correctly. Like, absolute pure, nothing at all but Corruptors, like, that is really, really, really hard to beat with battlecruisers, but pretty much anything else is on the table. History has shown as such anyway.
Command center 2.0 ready to go.
But there's nothing that's really better than maxed out BCs. Most people, even people who don't like battlecruisers, they don't even argue that battlecruisers themselves are bad. They all just make the same point that it's hard to get a lot of them. So, but if you think about it, it's kind of hard to get a lot of anything in the game. It's a little bit of circular logic. It's hard to max out on any composition because StarCraft is not an easy game. So, Maxing out on BCs is the same thing as maxing out on Marines and Marauders. You just have to get there a different way, you know? But if you do really well and you get a full army with big upgrades, in general, you're usually in a strong position, regardless of what your army composition is. That's why it's important to have like little deflections that you can build into your build and stuff like that. Like, even if this guy was going to blindly rush Corruptors, he would actually put himself at an economic disadvantage just because I'm going to be in a good spot because I'm going to have, you know, 3 CC and all that. Just lean on the generally very strong Terran economy.
Ready to plunder. Transformation systems primed.
There it is. There's the cheddar. There's the cheddar. You can have it, brah. GG. People busting us, man. We getting big busts today. Lots of really aggressive Zerg players. Lots of very aggressive Zergs. Do you have trouble with BCs against Tempests? No. The only thing I have trouble with when I build battlecruisers is people who do like attacks that hit before I have any at all. Like, I would say that those are the hardest games. Like, there was a Terran player I went against earlier today. He did a 1-base siege tank Viking attack, and he had tanks sieged up outside of my main base at the exact same time that my fusion core finished. Now, that was a really difficult game because obviously I tried to build the battlecruiser, but it's really hard to keep somebody with tanks and Vikings off your base when you only have SCVs and like 2 Reapers. So I think the hardest thing about playing battlecruiser style is when you get cheesed. That's really it. Battlecruisers are expensive and they take a long time to build, so you have to really craft your strategy around using them if you want to. It's important. Very important. You guys are all overthinking it. Remember. Anxiety, you know, all that stuff, it comes from going down all these paths you're talking about. It's all these what ifs. The truth is, build battlecruiser, figure out what happens after. That's the secret, baby. That's the secret. You just don't worry about it. It's like going outside and trying to predict all the things that could happen to you Final Destination style, you know? You'll be paralyzed if you do that. My plan is to build battlecruisers. Whatever happens after that, hopefully it's something I haven't done completely step by step before, you know? Hopefully if I lose, it's in an interesting way that allows me to kind of learn something about my opponent or the game or even myself. Like, those are the best losses for sure. But again, it mostly just boils down to whether or not your opponent hits you with the type of attack that prevents you from even being able to attempt the strategy. That's a big thing.
Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
What's going? In the rear with the gear.
What did I learn about the last game with the Bane bust? If I played that guy again, I could put my bunker behind engineering bay instead of having the bunker out front. Like, I didn't think he was going to do that Bane bust, which is why I put the bunker up front. But the thing is, when you're at this high MMR, you play people the same time a lot. You play a lot of the same people over and over. So if I play that guy again and I remember that I have played him before, then I can take advantage of that, put the engineering bay where the bunker was, put the bunker behind the wall, and then when he busts the wall open, there's actually nothing that he can do, you know? Like, that's actually what it's all about. Now, we know that this guy's Ravager busting us based on his opener, so we have to kind of respect that. But there's a very good chance he does the Ravager bust here. There's also a good chance he doesn't, just because we saw the Roach Warren. So he might have canceled that as soon as the SCV died. Yeah, what I learned from the last game is that if I play that guy again, or if I think someone's gonna Bane bust me, I can put my stuff in a different place to hopefully not get Bane busted. But like, even if I had scanned his army or scanned his base and saw that he had a Baneling nest, every Zerg builds a Baneling nest, so it doesn't really say too much. Seeing that he has a Baneling nest before he has a lair, that's definitely a sign. That can be a big sign. But it's also still normal because most Terrans play bio. So even if a Zerg player doesn't mean to, like hypothetically speaking, even if a Zerg player knows that they're playing Nathanias, right? That super hot guy who doesn't build Marines, even if someone knows that they're playing against me, they're still probably going to build a Baneling nest because it would be kind of dumb not to against Terran. So you'll see most people I play against will still build them. And even if they don't think they need Banelings, you still, eventually you'll want them to take down like planetary fortresses and stuff. So the best Zerg players that I go against, even though you wouldn't traditionally think that Banelings are good against mech, but a lot of the best Zerg players I go against, they use Banelings against my mech, specifically because you can take down planetary fortresses with it. So that's a really important thing to keep in mind. Like your opponent will still want Banelings. Your opponent will still want Banelings. Your opponent will still use Banelings. So you just need to always be ready for that in some capacity. Being said, oh. Boom, 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 boom.
What's going on?
Your research is ready. Fueled up, ready to go.
Orbital on the third. Yeah, man, that's pretty standard. So for Terran, you typically put the orbital command on the first 3 bases, mostly because you want to have mules, as they give you a huge amount of economy. Like you really don't want to be building planetary fortresses super early on, unless you have extra command centers because you got like an early economic lead, or your opponent lets you do something like take the gold base. So typically you'll see the Terran player have the orbital command for the first 3 bases. I like to put a planetary fortress kind of early outside my natural, but I don't actually like making my bases themselves into planetaries because the value proposition for the 23 or 24 or so Banelings that it takes to one-shot a planetary, like those Banelings are really only worth it if they kill the base. They're not just worth it on killing like a command center itself. And it's something that I think is really important to keep in mind. Like, your opponent does not just want to roll up and blow up a planetary that is next to your command center. Your opponent wants to roll the Banelings into your planetary that is the base, kill that, and all the SCVs around it because it's all clumped up, like, on itself, you know? So for Wool SC2, he was asking about why you would put an orbital command on your third base, and the reason is mostly because you want to have the option to lift it up if your opponent runs a bunch of Banes in, because your third is really, really important, and it's not something that you can afford to lose most of the time. Like if your opponent pushes you off a third base and they have their own, like most of the time the game is over. So it's very hard to recover from that kind of situation. I hope that was a good breakdown, good answer for you. What's your bet on the new champ? Dude, this is the first year we have no idea who's gonna win, right? It's just been Terran and Zerg forever. This is like the first year that a Protoss could actually win the world championship in almost a decade. So I'm just really excited to watch it. I'm just really excited to watch. That's it. I'm just really, really excited to see it. Yeah, if I could give any one player the ability to win and be the world champ, it would be Hero. CJ Hero, 100%. I would love Hero to win. Yeah, the world championships for StarCraft 2 are beginning. Man, he just rushed straight to that, huh? That's a bit of an unfortunate spot for us. But yeah, the world championships in Saudi Arabia start tomorrow. So he's just playing some kind of turtle composition as well, right? He's playing very defensively. He's playing a very, very defensive composition style because he wants to be able to shut down the battle cruisers. It's a good thing that I didn't rush like max out BCs either, because I can still pretty seamlessly transition out of this. I think anyway. We'll try. You miss HOTS tournaments? Yeah. That was when Bio was much more fun to play. That was like the last time I enjoyed playing Bio, was Heart of the Swarm. It was back when Mutalisks were good. Stylistically, even if like Infestors were better than Mutas for a long time, you still saw a pretty good amount of Mutalisk usage when they were at least viable because people liked using them. Even when Infestors were better, people still liked using Mutas. But we are no longer we haven't been in a game where you can actually do that in a long time. So it's kind of like, eh.
Are you ready for this? Ready to raise some hell?
But this guy, he just rushed Infestors, so he's just looking to use Neural Parasite to get the dub here, most likely, right? Big Neural plays coming.
You mind out some.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
There we go. Now, when you play this type of style, though, you usually get one big push. So we'll get one big push out on the map, and then he's very likely going to have either Broodlords or some other, you know, stack. He'll overload all of his production and resources into a very specific way so that the units I have aren't going to work, which is why it's really, really important to, you know, maintain that as much as we can anyway.
Brand new. I'm waiting on you. Are you ready for this? Let's do this.
You're playing a lot of Mutas? Yeah. Well, it's tough. It's tough because, like, Mutas used to be cool, and not only did they nerf them, but all the other options are just a lot better. That's a part of the issue. There's just so much stuff that counters them in the game. There's so many things that just deletes them.
You scared me. In the rear with the...
So many lings. How often do I face Hydra, Liker, Verper? I don't really play that much StarCraft anymore, so I can't answer that question. This is my first streams in about a year. It's like my first streams in about a year. I mean, we're trying, right? We're trying. Get the Ultra, get the Ultra. Dun, 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 dun. Boom! Look at that. Now, how about that? Even though he rushed Neural Parasite for the battle cruiser, he was absolutely not ready for the Thor Liberator. That was a great game. We'd love to see that. We love to see that, baby. Hey, Katie. Why was Bio more fun to play in HOTS? I think Abduct and Lurker buffs really ruined Bio in Terran versus Zerg because the game was just more interesting when it was Ling Bane Muta versus Marine Marauder Mine. Like, I don't really think that I am qualified enough as a Zerg expert to try and speak for them, but as a Terran player, like, splitting against Banelings always felt like a somewhat fair / even exchange, you know? But, like, the fact that the game became this, like, oh, we're gonna make a ton of spores, we're gonna have Lurkers and Abduct, and it's just, you know, all the Terran units, all the power from Terran units got shifted into these really slow units, you know? Like the Ghost. Like, the Ghost is probably one of the biggest abominations in StarCraft, you know what I mean? Like, I have a really hard time understanding how anybody actually enjoys the late game TVZ meta. Like, I don't understand how fans and like casters and everybody deluded themselves into thinking that a wall of ghosts behind a planetary is an appropriate way for every TVZ to end, but somehow we entered that world and we live in that world now, and I think that sucks. I think that people who believe that, for example, my play style is like slow and passive, I think that they completely misunderstand the game. Like, I think the fact that my composition allows me to go move out and harass and attack at every stage of the game with opportunities to go home, I think that that's a much more flexible and potentially stronger play style than, I mean, like, playing Bio is like playing Face Hunter in Hearthstone. Like, you only win if your opponent fucks up from you just being constantly aggressive. But if they have any kind of like well-rounded strategy or ability to respond to you, it's extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult. It basically becomes like a weightlifting check. Like, can you lift this 500-pound thing that's in your way? Yes, you win. No, you lose. And it's less about strategy or your thought process than it is just, yeah. So that's kind of where I'm at. That's where I'm at. It's the same reason why Terran versus Protoss isn't super fun to play right now, because the early game, you're too constricted. So you used to be able to open up with Bio and get out on the map, but now you open up with Bio and you just kind of turtle. So I think that was like a really horrible way for the matchup to change. That's why Heart of the Swarm TVZ was the best. That's why Heart of the Swarm TVZ was the best. Plus, you actually had really good counters to mech, because you didn't have Cyclones. So Cyclones really make playing Zerg against mech a lot more difficult, I think. In my experience, it's easy to shit on Corruptors with a quick transition into Cyclones behind your battlecruiser rush. But you couldn't do that back in the day. Yeah, the only air unit you could make, the only anti-air unit you used to be able to make out of a factory was the Thor. And a lot of, like, the whole entire Zerg play style of going Roach into Muta and back and forth instead of, you know, whatever they do now, like, that used to work because you couldn't just make 3 Cyclones and defend an infinite number of Mutalisks with, like, 1 turret. So the whole entire game completely shifted because Terran finally got their own unit like a queen, Zergs realized why queens are kind of bullshit because, you know, once other races had something similar, mutas became useless instantly. People don't notice these things, but they are events that happen simultaneously that are impossible to separate from each other. The closest we got to mutas coming back was when they got rid of the Cyclone's anti-air attack. But even then, a handful of them could still be annoying. If there was a turret, anyway. Thanks, Batacles. Glad you guys are enjoying the stream. Glad you guys are enjoying the stream.
Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
No gas. All right. I went for an even faster third command center because no gas, right? Might as well try to take advantage.
What's going on?
Yeah, I think the championships are usually on Twitch. I think it's like Twitch EWC Black was what it was on last year. That's what they run the qualifier stuff on throughout the year too, if I'm not mistaken. But I think this will be the most open-ended, least predictable World Championship StarCraft has actually had since probably 2018. Because 2018, Serral changed the world. 2019, everyone expected Serral to win. And it was also, 2019 was one of the strongest years for Zerg ever with the Invincible Nidus Worm. So it was kind of predictable at that point. And then it was just the Serral and the Zerg show for a few years. And then you had Oliveira come out and be the first Terran to win the World Championship after a huge break. But even then, Protoss didn't really get any love at all. And they've been competitively removed from the game for the last couple of years. So it was actually only this year that they started winning anything again. Protoss went years without a big premier win, and it's been like a decade since they've won the World Championship. It's actually nuts to think about. So that was maybe one of the biggest victories of this past year. Protoss was brought back into the game. My biggest complaint about StarCraft 2 the last few years is that it was a two-race game. So that was the biggest thing that they fixed. So if you're like, Nathan, why should I care about the World Championship? I'm going to tell you it's because I have no idea who's going to win. I actually do not know. Previously, I could just tell you Serral, or I could just say a Zerg. Or maybe Maru. But now, it's pretty open-ended. It's pretty open-ended. Pro StarCraft hasn't been this interesting in a long time. Even though the scene is like more or less completely, shrunk down and it's nowhere near, what it used to be, it's still much better because you just don't know who's going to win. You just don't automatically know who's going to win the event before it starts. It's been like that for way too long. So I'm just glad that that's no longer the case. Oh, we're getting Nidused. Down, 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 down. Oh, there you go. What's probably going to happen next is what? Ravagers to try and bust me here. Most likely. Yeah, we've gotten hit with some kind of really big aggression from every Zerg we've played today, huh? They all want our bodies real bad. It's been a lot of aggressive Zergs today on the ladder. All right.
Upgrade ready. Moist.
Yes. Touching.
Right on.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
You've depleted that mineral field.
SCV ready.
Yeah, I'm just a normie these days. Just a normie these days. I'm here for the same reason most of you are. Nostalgia, and there's nobody else on. So I got you. I got you.
You mined out a mineral field. Good thing.
I'm actually here for the last $5 of that canceled federal grant program to make sure that there's always StarCraft stuff for people to watch. They gave me the last $5. That one did get cut as well, but there was $5 more left in it, so that's why I'm here. None of the other the reduced budget wasn't enough for any of the other guys to show up. So you guys could have had Tastosis, but again, yeah, they cut all of that.
Yes, Commander. Patching you. Big job. Go ahead. You hailed? What is it? Oh, really?
Your add-on is complete.
Yes, Commander. SCV ready.
Oh yeah, look, this guy's he's already got his hive. Oh, he's crazy. He's crazy. Yeah, let's do it, baby. Battlecruiser has +2, by the way, for anybody wondering why it's so powerful. Go say what you wanna say.
We hear you. SCV ready.
Your workers win games. Protect them.
SCV ready. Oh, really? SCV ready. Yo,
Upgrade complete.
who called in the...
Why don't I do events anymore? You know, probably. I think people started taking my stream rants really seriously at all of a sudden before I could change what I was doing. Actually, I apologized. I apologized for being kind of rude to Zerg players on my stream once, and that was actually the end. That was actually the end. Apologizing just gave all the people who didn't like me carte blanche to be horrible, horrible people to me. That was about it. I think a lot of people didn't like me for reasons that they probably weren't interested in disclosing, but once they had a reason to get rid of me, that was it. It was over. That's just the way it goes. Just the way it goes. Not enough budget, need reasons to get rid of people. kind of thing, you know? It's just the way it is. Once upon a time, a Zerg player asked me if I would stop talking shit about Zergs on my stream. I said yes. I publicly apologized to that Zerg player, and every single person who had ever had a negative thought about me, they went and let it rip. They went and let it rip. I heard that. I actually heard that Lambo spent so many years trying to like prove that I was running some weird underground like circuit or something. That he actually turned into the conspiracy theorist. That's just what I hear from other people. Now, the player I apologized to was Denver. The player I apologized to was Denver. Yeah, Denver told me that a bunch of pro players weren't going to allow me to cast matches that they were in unless I apologized. So I apologized, and then a whole bunch of people just opened a can of whoop ass on me. It's just the way it goes. It's just the way it goes, man. The ensuing crash out was legendary. I'll tell you that.
You've depleted that mineral field.
Now, when I got to the point where I saw people complaining that even he wouldn't stop talking about it, that's kind of when I knew.
2.0, ready to go.
There's not much you could do. You see somebody post a meme in somebody else's chat, and then you say it out loud, and then all of a sudden you own it, you know? That's some crazy shit. That's crazy shit. Oh, I think if I had never apologized, nothing would have ever changed, honestly. I guess a lot of people just really secretly hated me and just waited for an opportunity, but that's just, you know, it's just the way it is. I could say I miss it, but the reality is, like, I think another reason why I didn't get hired for that stuff anymore is because I'm really good in live events. I'm really good with like a crowd and when I can have energy and stuff, but having to cast out of an apartment for years, like I'm happy and completely willing to admit my energy the last like couple years I was just doing only online shows like during COVID. Honestly, it just wasn't the same. Just wasn't the same. Two of my best friends that I worked with and casted with like died and shit, and I was like, you know, I was going through a lot. So I didn't expect people to be understanding, you know. I've always been different because of my background and my upbringing and all of that shit. So it's like, there's only so much you can do. Full send. Full send on the corruptors here with 3-3, right? That's all we can do. There it is. Beautiful. Beautiful. GG. Yeah, exactly. Like, would it be cool if someone was willing to pay me to cast StarCraft again? Like, obviously, yes. But when I think about my favorite moments and stuff doing all of that, it's like, you know, it reminds me that I spent the final few years of my casting career training and like basically coaching up the people who ended up replacing me, right? Like when I think about my favorite years and events, casting and doing all of that stuff, it was like 2013 to 2020 was like, that was everything, really. That was everything. I had so many personal things happen between COVID and other stuff with like my family and my friends and all of that. And like, nobody really cares about that stuff, you know? So it's like, it's really hard to go out and be like, hey guys, I have really bad anxiety about stuff. And I take that out on people and I let it out in unhealthy ways. I used to think that as long as I ranted on my stream and made sure to tell everybody that nothing here should be taken seriously, I thought that would be enough for people. And I kind of learned that it wasn't, because bad people who actually do say hateful things and are hateful, they kind of used me as their example of like why it was okay for them to be horrible. And I understand that now. Like, I understand now that a lot of the really bad people who actually did try to hurt others used me as like, well, people like Nathan and he doesn't cross any lines, but he says stuff that's close enough to what I'm saying that, like, you know, they can kind of use that as their excuse. And it certainly contributed to the very toxic culture of StarCraft, where people in general are just horrible to each other. So I have nothing but regret for that. But also at the same time, I was like 24 years old, so I didn't know shit. Just the way it goes. It's just the way it is. Yeah, 2020, I turned 27 that year, you know? I turned 27 in 2020. It's crazy to think about that. So it's like, now I'm 32. I get a real job, right? I take a whole year off of streaming. I come back, and people come into my chat being like, yo, you're still 25 years old, right? Do you want to bitch about how you lost a video game that doesn't matter? And I'm like, no, I don't, you know? And they're like, are you sure? Because you used to. And I'm like, I gotta be honest with you, man. When I was 24 years old, this was all I had, and this was the only thing I cared about. So, yeah, it was a big deal. It was a really big deal. Every single day of my life was nothing but StarCraft. Of course it was of course it was important. You know? I'm just happy that I can still boot this game up. Yeah, maybe I'll never get to cast. Maybe I'll never get to cast again. Maybe there will be other opportunities in the future for StarCraft that I won't be included in because I once apologized for being an asshole. But you know, the reality is they haven't deleted my voice pack from the game. They haven't deleted my my portrait from the game. So I can always just boot up my game and look at those and listen to it, and that's something I get to have forever. So at least until Blizzard no longer exists. So I'm happy for that. I have proof. There's a lot of proof that I was here. Did you guys know if you look up my name in Red Bull, the first response is like an article on a website that has a picture of me? Like, stuff like that is pretty cool. I have some things I can hold on to. And obviously I've got a lot of lifetime of memories I've made with the team over the years.
SCV ready. Yeah. We hear you. Huh? What's going on?
But yeah, I just overworked myself, more or less. Got to the point where every time I would turn on my stream, I was already burnt out, you know? It was tough. Trying to be at that level all the time is not easy. Keeping yourself worked up to that degree constantly is definitely not a good thing. If I had to describe the biggest source of my progress the last few years as far as like mindset and meditation kind of stuff go, really, it's I try to imagine myself, like when I think about my mood or any aspect of, like, you know, my mood or my anxiety or my happiness. I try to picture it on a scale of like 0 to 100. And I imagine that a 0 is like, really, you know, you're just feeling bad, right? You're at the bottom. And a 100 doesn't mean perfect. A 100 just means you're worked up in the other way. Like, a 0 is you're worked up negatively. A 100 is you're worked up positively. But you can be too worked up positively. Because when you get to that level, when you get to that point where you're always staying at 100 or 0, and you can't find that 50, and that 50 doesn't sound very exciting. It's not very sexy. But I think my happiness for the type of person I am lives at that 50 range, you know? Letting myself maybe spike to a 75 when I'm feeling, you know, when something really cool happens or if I'm really excited about something. But I find that the closer I am to a 100, the less people like me. And the closer I am to a 0, the less people like me. So I can't be at the bottom, but also trying to be at the top. Some people will be into that. But the reality is most people live in that 25 to 75 space. And most people are at that 50. So I try to remind myself that an important part of having a good time and enjoying myself is knowing when to stop before I get too close to that 100. That's a big part of it. It's not just about recognizing when I'm spiraling in a bad way. It's about recognizing when you're letting something that you're excited about get you too worked up too. Very important. Very important.
Add on.
Piece of me, boy. Who wants SCV ready?
I love 3-player maps, but this map might absolutely, with how open the third bases are, it's definitely going to be tricky. I'm not confident in a 3-base play on this one, so we'll just try and do our double-double. I think that's our best chance. It makes us really easy to blind counter, especially if they have the stream up. But I think for 2 bases, we do this. On this map, with how hard it is to get the third, we kind of have to. So. Oh, he's just doing a. Never mind. There you go. It was just a roach all in, guys. It was just a roach all in. Let's go next. Oh, I love casting with everybody I casted with. The hardest part would be like when I would show up to do WCS, especially after Jeff passed, the like last month of stuff shows that we did, and they're like, "Hey, this guy's never done this show before. Can you carry the show, lead it, make sure that nothing bad happens to him, etc." And I'm like, "Yeah, we still don't have a coffee machine at the studio." You know, that's where those last few years got really rough.
Big job, huh? Bad news?
That's where that one got rough.
Butter my biscuit. Go ahead. SCV ready.
Sometimes you just leave your depot down and they just run the whole army through it, you know? Sometimes it'd be like that.
SCV ready. Steer me.
It's actually nice that not every game is a 30-minute slog anyway. I feel like we've had a pretty good matchup variety today. And thank you, Sun Devil. That's really nice of you to say. Yeah, obviously casting with Sean and Jeff was great. I mean, it's like eras. It's like eras for me. The first tournament and the first tournaments plural that I did were all European stuff. So I was, for the most part, I did all my early casts with Jeff and Apollo. So it was, I did that first tournament with them. I think I did my second tournament with them in Artosis. I didn't start casting with Roddy until like mid 2014 after I got back from Sweden, and we started doing WCS America together. But that was like its own whole era, which was incredible. Roddy and I owned that shit. And then he had to leave, and then it was me and Jeff and Fear Dragon doing most of WCS after that. Occasional Zombie Grub. And that was like a whole different era. Going to the WCS Burbank studio at 4 a.m. every day. Good times.
SCV ready. Big job, huh? Fear them.
All right, he's got his Nexus up pretty quick, so we'll try and get into our Cyclones at a good pace if we can.
SCV ready.
Add on done. Swap away.
Certainly. Got some. Reaper man.
Add on finished.
SCV ready. Got some.
But he can't really repair it, right? Does this map have one of those healing zones?
SCV ready. Fear the Reaper man. SCV ready.
What is the real job? Oh, I love you guys.
Got something for me to kill. Go ahead.
If you guys have concerns for my personal life outside of StarCraft, I appreciate all prayers. Appreciate all prayers and support, but otherwise, it's not a subject we need to get into here. I appreciate it though. Thank you. I appreciate your curiosity and interest beyond the gaming.
Yeah,
I'm mostly just here to reminisce. If you're hiring for a remote position that you think my skills could be useful for, however, feel free to search my name on LinkedIn and hit me up. I appreciate it. Serious inquiries only. My email's below the stream.
Research is ready.
Yeah, Demu's great. I cast with Demu when I was in Sweden. That was awesome. We did Fragbite together. We got on top of Reddit for the Burger King ad we ended up, or the McDonald's ad we ended up doing with them because the Olympics were happening. McDonald's Nordic was a big sponsor of it. It's good times. All right, GG. Oh, this guy's way better than us. Yeah, look at that. Absolute no diff. Absolute no diff on that one. Yo, thank you. JW, thank you for the 10 gift subs. I appreciate it, man. God bless you. I appreciate it, sir. Very based of you. Sorry, my wife sent me a text. She hit up Fred Meyer, and they actually had Pokemon cards in the machine there this time. Hell yeah! Oh my god, we're gonna get to rip. I'm gonna get to rip some packs after the stream today. Didn't know I could win this hard. Yeah, thanks JW. I appreciate you so much, man. I miss your face. You're very welcome. Thanks, man. No, but I'll be watching. I'll be watching this weekend for sure. This week, I guess. Are the finals going to be on like Friday or Saturday? Does anybody know? EWC's kind of like, I think it's starting on a Tuesday. It's kind of nuts. But I imagine that it has to be because the finals are Friday or Saturday, right? Right? It's a good time to be between gigs so I can just watch and play StarCraft. That's what I'm spending my July doing. I spent most of the last year working as I was doing like a contract gig as an IT guy. So that was very fun. I highly enjoyed it. Wasn't something that could work out long term, unfortunately, but it was good vibes. It was good times. I did a lot of stuff I've never done before, and I learned a lot of things, so that was exciting. Most importantly, I got to help people, which is always nice. Why don't I do a meta stream? If you think I want to work, that sounds like work, man. What are you talking about? Bro, this game is 15 years old, all right? You can't act like it's gonna live forever. I don't know how to break this. There's no easy way to say it, so I'm just gonna say it. You gotta enjoy shit while you have it in front of you, man. You gotta enjoy stuff while you have it. I have no idea if there's going to be another StarCraft event or league or anything next year. This could be the last thing that ever happens for the game. This could be the last thing that ever happens in this scale for StarCraft 2. I am absolutely going to enjoy it as much as I can, but I'm certainly not gonna do anything that would make it more difficult for me to just, you know, consume it passively. I'll be there in the chat so that the bots in there can make Zerg Cabal jokes. I'll be there to be their fodder. I got you. I got you. The finals is on Friday at 10:30 a.m. 10:30 a.m. What time zone? Do we know? Is there a time zone? Does this exist? Is it like the moon, where it can't, like, our function for time zone doesn't really work that well, or?
What's going on? SCV ready. Well, butter my biscuit.
10:30 a.m. Eastern Pacific. Eastern and Pacific are 3 hours apart from each other. So is that 10:30 Eastern? That's nice. That's nice. I can do that. I don't have to get up at 4 a.m. anymore for the contract gig, so I'm back to 6. I'm back to 6. Sometimes 5:45. Really depends. Depends what time I go to bed. Once I wake up, I get restless and I'm out, so I'm up and moving. Gotta take the pooch out. Gotta get some coffee. Gotta do my pour over. Damn, another aggressive Zerg, huh? Hellions. Welcome to the average life. Thanks, I guess. Got a lot of lings. Oh, this was his plan, to just run them all in my main? Okay. You're wrong, though, actually. This isn't 4K MMR. My opponent is 5K. The guy that's gonna be beating my ass, he's not a 4K player. But I see what you mean, like with me getting wrecked by 5K players, that's what it's like to be in 4K. So I think that's what you were trying to say. So I just wanted to let you know that. This guy would be, I think, top 50 on NA if GM was open right now, my opponent. This guy would be one of the best players in the server. This is this is actually one of the highest level players on NA. Just to be clear, okay? You're allowed to talk shit on me, but let's not disrespect our opponent by, you know. I've already mentioned that I'm 32 multiple times and that I'm just here for the 15-year anniversary. If I need to come up with other excuses to justify or defend being bad, I will, but it's not his fault. It's not this man's fault.
Research has concluded. Upgrade ready. SCV ready.
Yeah, he's got all these lings surrounding my base and kind of just like watching what I'm doing. It makes me think that what he's waiting for is an opportunity to just jump my army in the middle of the map. It's a pretty common approach or stance for somebody to go for. He's been playing very passively, like the lings kind of did that first poke, but since then he's been very passive. So we can kind of assume that he's just teching up since he's in turtle mode. And then what's likely going to happen is he's just going to go for a big smash when he sees that I'm going for my 4th base. But I think he's going to actually just ignore us until he confirms the 4th, because otherwise I just don't know that he's super worried about it otherwise, you know.
You didn't build your base just so you could blown up, did you?
He traded all of his Zerglings for a canceled planetary, but we still have it. We still have the base itself, so.
Mined out a mineral field. Good thing you got more of those, right?
Let's do this.
Scanning. And ready.
Is that it? Right on. Thor is here. I'm going in. Right on.
State your request.
Upgrade.
There it is.
Big job, huh?
Add-ons finished.
Awaiting. Standing.
Go ahead.
The cool thing about playing this style is that it doesn't really matter what happens during the game if you're able to build the type of army that you need to win.
You've depleted that.
So there's always going to be opportunity for us as long as we can get to a maxed out army. That's really, really, really important to keep in mind. So even if he wants to play this passively and like do kind of, you know, this very defensive style with Mass Infestor, what he's doing as well is kind of just he's ceding that opportunity cost to me. So he's gonna have a big beautiful army, but he's not gonna have he's not gonna be able to guarantee that he wins, right? He's gonna go for a lot of neural parasite. He's gonna try to neural the Thors, baneling the Hellbats, and then have the Ravagers bile the Thors while they're neural parasited. Like, if I had to look into the future and tell you what's gonna happen when this big battle occurs, that's gonna be it.
Upgrade with
Yeah, what a timing, huh? All right, GG. I mean, I think we lose there. That timing was perfect from him. I don't really know how he saw my army leaving my base, but this guy is way higher ranked than me, and he's playing unranked, so his real MMR is even higher than that. I don't think there was any chance. I don't think there was any hope there. We got close, but even with all of our army there ready to fight, he was able to take the engagement and beat us straight up. So that's the difference in skill in that game right there. And that blue flame is nice. That blue flame is nice. We got time for about another hour of games. My aim is to get a little bit closer to, my goal is to get a little bit closer to 5 o'clock. All right, let's see what we got this game. There you go, baby. There you go. You win some, you lose some. We get the free win. I just got all the MMR. I just got back 4 times the MMR I lost from the Zerg. That's why I left. Now you know. You see how I made 4 times what I lost by simply going to the next game? That's why you do it, guys. That's why you do it. You could pull over and stare at the accident, or you could keep driving. Best not to dwell on things we can't change. Just gotta keep moving. And we got another Zerg player. This guy's MMR is much closer to ours. He's still higher rated than us. But I think we're within that realm of variance now where it's winnable. For as aggro as all the Zerg players have been today, I will say this. Not one of them has done that one base Ravager rush. That's nice. I feel like that used to be a really popular low-level strategy. So the fact that people are not doing it anymore is I appreciate it. I've always felt like it was kind of easy to beat, but you have to know that people are going to do it, right? So it's one of those strats that you have to lose to once, and then you see like, okay, this guy does it, sort of thing. But my build was always naturally very strong against that. I don't think he has anything here. Yeah, I don't think there's anything going on. Free Overlord. The Overlord's the paid actor, exactly. He's coming out there to make a scene, get himself blown up.
You scared me. SCV ready. Yeah. Piece of me, boy.
Your command center's got some new toys.
And it's not a great spot here. But yeah, thanks for watching. And you're right, there are still a lot of people that come by to check out the stream, even though I haven't done this in forever. So that's very nice. I struggle when I come back into doing StarCraft stuff because a lot of people that are still a part of the scene, you know, like there's that balance between like normal sane people who like built their own lives and moved on, and they kind of come back and check on the game every once in a while. And then there's the people that never left, right? And they to them, like yesterday is the same thing as 5 years ago, and they're very, very, very serious and opinionated about how they feel on the game and how people should play and what they should do. And it's like, you know, it's like going back to visit your Republican parents and just have to try as hard as you possibly can to not have any conversations about anything, so your head doesn't explode and you have an aneurysm. It's kind of like that. I got to come back here and avoid, you know, just try to have a little bit of fun playing the game, avoid the odd question about concerning thing number 5. But it is fun, though. It is fun. It's one of the few places I can kind of come and just feel remembered to, which is always nice.
Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready. I like it. Gateway coming through. What's going on? SCV ready. SCV ready.
Add-on done. Swap away.
Go ahead. Ready to roll that. SCV ready.
We won't even build BCs this game. We'll just try to play relatively straight up and see if we can get a good match. Like I said, most of the Zergs have been doing these really big Ling or Roach attacks on me on 2 bases. So I'm kind of just getting used to the crazy aggression coming from all the Zergs today. So we'll lean a little bit more into that and just try and get that 3rd faster. Why don't I use Libs for defense? I don't really like Liberators for defense. I think the value in them comes from zoning out during big fights, but otherwise, like, siege tanks are generally enough. Siege tanks are great for defense, specifically because they do splash damage. So when a siege tank shoots, all of the units around the target of the siege tank's attack, they actually all get damaged too. That's a really important thing to keep in mind because it can inform a lot of your decisions. Sometimes your opponent will actually try to drag their own units into your other units just so the siege tank gets like friendly fire damage done on you. So that can be a struggle, but you have to keep in mind that the Liberator can only shoot 1 unit at a time, which is its absolute biggest weakness, and it's got a very slow attack. And the other thing is that if the Liberator is out of position, then you're oftentimes going to be forced into a situation where the Liberator doesn't actually contribute to the fight because you end up, you know... Oh, I think we are in trouble. Yeah, that might be it. That might be it. Yeah, he was ready for us to take the 3rd base. GG, well played. But yeah, sometimes that's just how it goes. So this was just another guy who went for the really fast Ravagers, right? He just had a lot of Ravagers and Lings. He waited for us to take the third. He threw everything at us, and you can kind of see the way that map is laid out. Like, there's not really anywhere for me to block the pathing for him to come at me, so you just kind of have to deal with it. I'm always going to try to take my third base quickly, though, because sometimes I feel like people try to drag me into really long games, so I would always rather get as much of an advantage early on as possible. You've been following since 2015? Nice. Yeah, I've been streaming. I think I made my Twitch account December 2010. So you could have been following for a really long time. You could be following this stream for a really long time. All right, we got a Barcode Protoss this game. Got a Barcode Protoss player. We'll try to Cyclone rush him, but I definitely expect some aggression.
What's going on? Move it. This is your plan. SCV ready me. Big job, huh? Bad news. SCV ready. What's going on? Will do. SCV ready. Bad news.
Yeah, it looks like there's no proxy, though, so that's nice. I think we're fine.
We hear you. SCV ready. Yeah, yeah. What's going SCV ready. You scared me. What's going? What's that? Go ahead. Yep. Yo. Big job, huh? It's your time.
Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
The Grim Reaper. Certainly. SCV ready. Yes. I'm listening. Done. Nothing I can't handle. I'm going. SCV ready. All right. On the way.
Add-ons finished.
SCV ready. Big job.
Oh, he's going for it.
SCV ready. I'm listening. Certainly. Got something.
Really, dude? Did he really lose that?
What's going on? Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. Cyclone en route. SCV ready. Moving into position. Oh, I'll get
Add-on is complete.
You got coordinates or what? Show me you got it. Got it. Cyclone receiving. Huh? Bad news.
That supply block sets me back, because I should have 3 Cyclones coming in now. Instead, it's only 2. I guess that's the advantage of the attack he did. Definitely felt like he had a proxy, but I couldn't really confirm it, so I guess he didn't. He was just chrono boosting out his earliest units straight to me from the beginning of the game is kind of what it seems like. Ah, yeah, there it is. Well, I think that's GG, right? He got proxy DTs. There's nothing we can do there. We just go next. Now, see, if I had found the proxy, I might have known that he was going DTs, but it's like at some point you have to choose between going around your own base looking for it and then going to his base to like actually see what he's doing. But the fact that he didn't even expand, he had a Dark Shrine at 2 minutes outside my base. I have no idea, right? No idea what you're going to do there when you have to pull SCVs at the start. That's just a really strong attack. We do have another Zerg player, though. We do have another Zerg. Every Zerg is just going roaches today. Everybody's going roaches. Roaches are the unit of the day. But yeah, happy Monday. My only plans this week is go to the movies. Go to the movies Thursday or Friday and figure it out. What do you got? What you got?
You gonna give me orders? Sure.
Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
Who wants some? Of course. Roger that. Armed and ready. SCV ready. Ah! Big job, huh? Wait. PCB boy. SCV ready.
Build more lings. Obviously. Obviously.
This better be good. Anyway, coming through. Gotcha. This better be good.
Command Center upgrade complete.
We got him to spend a ton of his larva early.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. Huh? Go ahead. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Your add-on is complete. Add-on's finished.
Yeah, even more lings. Yeah, we got a ton out of him. We got a ton out of him.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Roger. Huh? Will do. Go, go, go. Move it.
Ready to roll out. And do.
SCV ready. Fighter flight. Bad news. SCV ready. Yeah.
Almost there.
I'm done. Swap away. Your command center's got some new toys.
We got to at least pump fake with the third base because we know that he's patrolling for it. No upgrades by him either. He has no upgrades worth pointing out.
We could use some help here. SCV ready. Big job. SCV ready. Yo. SCV ready.
All right, it's all on the way.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Can't hold him alone. Certainly. What's going on? Ready. SCV ready.
He clicked right where I was looking. That's weird. There it is. Okay, so he's already got this spire out.
SCV ready.
The enemy's taking fire at your forces.
SCV ready. SCV with the gear. SCV ready. Go ahead.
Yeah, everybody's ready for it today. Everybody's ready for it today.
SCV ready.
That's why we got to keep him guessing.
Bad news.
He's probably waiting to do a big all-in, right? As soon as my battle cruisers show up to his base, if I had to guess.
Research has completed.
So the best thing that I can do here is to just play straight up. Stack my guys, right? As much as I can, anyway.
Upgrade complete.
Get a little more production while we're at it.
You've depleted that mineral field.
What big job, huh? Who called in the fleet?
Nice.
You mined out some of your minerals.
SCV ready. Will do. SCV ready. Yo.
Your add-on is complete.
Hell back.
Want it hard.
Command Center 2.0.
Yeah, see, he's just turtling with corruptors. That's it. he's got nothing but corruptors. So he's just been expecting this from the beginning of the game. I've never played him before, but he knows who I am, so this happens a lot. This happens a lot when you're a popular guy. No matter how many breaks I ever take from playing this game, I will never ever be able to peacefully queue up. There's actually something kind of cool about that. Now that my living no longer matters on convincing people I'm good at this game, it is nice to know that I've left such a huge impact. I can still get games like this even when I'm retired. These guys that open up the game like, okay, he's gonna do this, he's gonna do that, and I'm like, all right, I gotta be ready. Can't let him down. Can't let him down. But you think he would have brought more units here? You think he would have just brought his corruptors since he already has them, but I guess not.
Upgrade complete.
Wow, you just let me blow up all of his corruptors. What is he doing? Is he griefing me by letting me kill his stuff, you guys think? There's no way he did that on purpose. No, there's no way he did it on accident. Sorry, there's no way he did that on accident. He was trying to shed some weight, perhaps. 'Tis the season and all that jazz.
Command center upgrade complete.
Oh, he's got lots of hydras now. Okay, okay. That's, hey, I can do that too. Actually, don't mind that at all. Man, what a terrible spot for that, huh? What a really horrible place to put that. Let's try somewhere else. Anywhere else, really. Not good. Yeah, but he's gonna play very passively and do nothing until he knows. He's only gonna take an engagement that he knows will end the game in his favor. So unless I'm willing to take a fight that I cannot win, he is gonna just sit on his hands for the rest of the match. He is not going to do anything else. Yeah, he's not gonna do anything else but sit on his hands and wait for an opportunity. That's it. So all we can do is just try and max out and see if we can kill him anyway. Since he's memeing. Since you're not going to take this seriously, Kakarot. Holding back Super Saiyan 3? What an ass. Yeah, look, he's taking 700 bases. Is he gonna push me? No. No, he's not. All right, all we can do is just try and max out and go attack him. That's it. He is going to drag this game out for 3 hours if we let him. All right. Let's take the bait. Let's just take the bait. I don't got time. I don't got time to sit here and babysit this guy. Let's go.
Some of your minerals.
Wow, look at that. Beautiful. I guess he just made nothing but corruptors. He really thought I was only going to build corrupt battlecruisers, guys. He really thought I was only going to make battle cruisers the whole game and nothing else. That's wild. So I guess just off of my opener, he misread me and thought I was playing mass BC. He just assumed I was going to blindly go mass battle cruiser. That's a crazy assumption to make. It is. It is. Feels nice though. We managed to take one back against the Zerg today. We've been getting our ass beat by them. Absolutely getting smashed. Look, he was playing unranked too. He was playing unranked too. You think he was scared? No, he only plays unranked. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. He only plays unranked, so that actually makes more sense now. That does make more sense. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out. But yo, did you guys see JW give out 3 subs? What a god. Or 10 subs? What a god. Absolute Giga Chad. We've got time for a few more games tonight, guys, before I spend the rest of my evening mewing and min-maxing my flex, something, etc. Before I go spend the evening snuggling my wife and my dog watching K-pop Demon Hunters for the 5th time. Thanks for hanging out today, by the way. Appreciate it. We got a couple more games headed your way.
It's time to kick things off.
Is that good? Yeah, we liked it a lot. Katie really likes it too. It was a lot better than we thought. Are you the kind of person that has things about yourself that you feel uncomfortable sharing with others or feel you'd be ostracized for, so you hold them in and let them ruin your life? This movie's for you. If you're a completely normal person who's never dealt with adversity and doesn't understand why people struggle or try to overcome struggle, yeah, you may scratch your head at it. But it was pretty good. It's pretty good. Who is that? We'll troll him a little bit here today. He could be baiting us as well. It could be bait. Most mentally stable ladder opponent I've had all week, by the way, right here.
What's going on? This better be good. By the numbers, boys. SCV ready.
Got him. Beautiful. Whew. Have I joined any tournaments, like, ever, or do you mean recently? I was actually the first non-Korean StarCraft player to actually finish in the, I think, top 8 or top 4 of the Alima League way back when. We also finished, I think, top 3 in the Caster Invitational a couple years back, but those are, like, kind of old stuff now. So if you're a new StarCraft person, you probably don't know anything about that stuff. I used to do all sorts of tournaments and events as a player and commentator, but I don't do any of that stuff these days. There's not really many tournaments to play in StarCraft either, right? It's pretty much, you either get invited to EWC or you don't exist, right? That's kind of it now. You either work for the Saudis or you don't work. I was just taking a leak in the other room during that break, looking at Tasteless's Instagram. He's posting from the rooftop bar in Qatar. Those guys are on a journey. I think it's a little further than I'd feel comfortable going these days, but it's a nice pick. If you guys are following the road to the Esports World Championships.
What's going on?
Wardy's Weekly Cup getting top world player. I feel that. Well, wasn't there that one guy who never played in any real tournaments and he was the top ranked Protoss even though he forfeited every time he like actually qualified? Whatever happened to him? Did he I guess it's hard. I guess when there's only one big tournament, if you don't play in that. I wasn't sure cuz didn't he just forfeit every time he qualified for the World Championship before? Or did they ban him for that? I was kind of surprised they let him do it that much. But I remember that. I remember that was a guy who became the #1 ranked Protoss in the world without actually playing in an event. But he was, you guys will notice that he was no longer the token Protoss player once other Protoss players were able to win. Did you guys ever notice that? How fast he disappeared when another Protoss player actually won something and the entire community didn't need to pretend Protoss was fine? The moment StarCraft no longer needed a token Protoss player, MaxPax was gone. He seemed like a nice guy though. Yeah, people were desperate to try and argue that Protoss was viable the last few years. That was some funny shit. Yo, Ray Rain. Yeah, well, how can you cheer for a guy who can't actually win a championship? Like, I get being a fan of him, I get thinking he's a good player, but like, how can you? You know, it's like, how do you enjoy being a fan like in a serious capacity of someone who will simply never be a part of any of these events or do any of these things? Like, I always thought that was odd. I always thought that was kind of bizarre. And people would always be like, wow, but he's a nice guy, but he's really nice. He's really nice. And I'm like, yeah, that doesn't really have anything to do with it, you know? It was just odd, really, more than anything. Look at this guy rushing Hydralisks, though. Going for the worst answer to BCs he possibly could have. Love to see it. No. Oh, he's got this base too. Okay.
You've depleted that mineral field.
What's going on?
Well, he's got a hive, so he's got to be feeling really confident right now, right? I mean, he's got all the tech. He's got everything he could possibly want. He's got that spire. He's probably made his move into like burrowed infestors or something already, if I had to guess. That stuff is kind of common. You see it quite a bit when people are ready for those BCs, them Hydra rushes. It's crazy. You cheer for Zound now? I'm still CJ Hero, man. I want to see CJ Hero win the world championship. You know I love my boy Hero.
What is it? Who called in the fleet?
SCV ready. This better be good.
Find out a mineral field. Good thing you've got more of those, right?
Big job.
Yeah, so he's gonna go like right to Broodlords, right? That's the plan here. Most likely, anyway.
Ready to raise some hell. Fueled up, ready to go.
Upgrade ready.
We could use some help here.
The expectation is gonna be that he'll probably go into he's just gonna come over and try to abduct all my units and kill me that way, if I had to guess. I did a pretty good job with this early game, but since I lost all the battle cruisers and he's obviously got his hive tech up, it still puts us in a pretty tricky position.
Command center upgrade complete.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for
And I can't quite call him a turtle because he did try to kill us with those hydras pretty early. Like his build was essentially a hydralisk rush, right? That's what he did. It's a hydra rush. So.
show me who you wanted. Got it, target. Moving into position. Oh, I'll get there. Ready to raise
Oh, he's going to catch those battle cruisers he doesn't see. Sorry.
what's going on?
Oh, now he sees them.
is command center upgrade. Good thing you got one of those, right? Take that mineral field. Add on stage.
Yeah, he's pure Hydra. Pure Hydras now. Hardly anything else.
Show me got a target in mind. Cyclone, you got chin. Cyclone receiving.
Upgrade complete. You've mined out some of your minerals.
Bad news? It's here,
I mean, he's gonna let me max, I guess.
You got coordinates or what? I got you. Got comms open. Ready to raise some hell. Show me.
64 SCVs, maybe like a few too many.
Rear with the gear. What's going on?
Engineer.
You've depleted that mineral field.
Stay.
Your command center, your base is getting blasted.
Ready to raise some hell. All day long.
I couldn't get the Liberators out in time, which hurt, but
Let's go. Ready to raise some hell. Daylight's burning.
Let the planet dry.
Cyclone ready for action.
Liberation is at hand.
Ready to raise some hell.
You've mined out some of your minerals.
What's going on?
You mined out a mineral field. Good thing you've got more of those.
Ready to raise some hell.
Upgrade complete.
Ready to raise some hell. I'm waiting on you.
what, is he just going for Nidus in my main? Is that it?
Liberation is at hand.
One.
Well, we can't really do too much here, right?
You've depleted that mineral field.
Crazy game, though.
Mined out a mineral field. Good thing you.
I think we might have just lost too much stuff, right? Because he's probably been expanding really aggressively during all of this, and that's the other issue.
He didn't build your base just
See? There you go. We got him to retreat.
No problem. Watch this. Big job, huh?
Ready.
Ah, Commander.
He's going to try and dig out the side of me now, though. That's his plan.
All day long. You got coordinates or what? Show me where you're raising some hell. Cyclone receiving.
Goodbye, Ultra.
This ought to be. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
depleted that mineral field.
No problem.
Ready for service.
I get ya. Oh, I'll get there.
Standing back.
You didn't build your base just for it to get blown up, did you?
Boy is here. Yo.
You've exhausted that Vespine geyser.
The harder he tries with these guys, the easier it'll get for me, so. The more of his lurkers he wants to let us kill, the better. That's all I can say.
How can we help?
Right.
Scanning.
What's going on?
Incoming orders.
What's going on?
There it is. GG, baby. That was pretty sick. That was pretty sick. Yeah, he played like this. He did this like Hydra Rush, and then he went straight into Corruptors, right? He went Hydralisk Rush directly into Corruptors. So he kind of put himself in this awkward situation where he only had a limited set of moves. And thankfully fully upgraded Thor's 2-shot Hydras. And I didn't realize this, but this middle base, it doesn't have any Vespine gas. And this was one of those very weird games where I actually needed minerals more than gas. So it was a crazy game. He must be mad. Yeah, you're focused on how he's feeling, huh? Great game. Thank you, Pralinas. Yeah, we've had quite a few. We've had some crazy games. We've been playing a lot of aggressive Zergs today. There's been a lot of really aggro Zergs on the ladder. So being able to take a couple chops off the block is nice. It's not the fastest lair, but the fact that he went straight into Hydras for like a ground push is crazy to me. Very, very wild push. Who's winning it all this week? Yo, Bobo. CJ Hero is winning it all this week. If I could pick one person to win the world championship for StarCraft 2, it would be Hero. I would really like to see Hero do well. He's like my guy, you know? We love CJ Hero out here. Yeah, I'd love to see Hero come home with the dub. That'd be sick. Hey, we got a Zerg player. Chat was asking for more TVZ. Well, we did get a macro TVZ game in that last match. You were all very hungry for it, and we did get it. This one could take us all the way to the end. I could see this one easily going 17 minutes. But like I've said, a lot of the Zergs have been aggro, so we'll see. We'll see how this guy specifically chooses to play. We'll see. Hey, Nate, good to see you. How are you? I'm great. We moved up to a new place. I'm living in the nicest place that I've probably ever lived in my life. And I wake up pinching my arm, being shocked. And that's about it. Go for walks every morning, every evening, every afternoon. Get a lot of time with the wife and the dog, really. It's just been nice. It's just been really nice. Things have been great. Things have been great. I'm back playing some StarCraft because we got the 15-year anniversary of StarCraft 2. And also the World Championship is this weekend. So I figured, you know, I'd probably be able to get some people to watch me play this game while everybody is out of country. So it's good a time as any to hop on for some games. Otherwise, most of my content is the same stuff that you guys aren't super interested in. Don't worry. I know. That next Resident Evil 4 professional difficulty stream, I know. You can't wait. Yeah, Resident Evil 9 comes out on my 33rd birthday, so you know I've got some stuff going there. Pretty standard hatch timing looks like.
Command Center 2.0 ready to
Yeah, no fast pool, we're okay. We are A-okay. Average duration of your games nowadays? I don't really know. I'm not sure if I've played enough games to have a real answer to that question. People in chat might be able to give you a better answer. I came back after taking about a year off, so I'm really bad, like compared to how I used to be. Sometimes I get matched versus people who are about as bad as I am. And then the games they can get pretty interesting or go long. But when I get put against like a Grandmaster, one base all in type player, I do not beat any of those guys anymore. Donkey Kong came out on your 30th? Yeah, Resident Evil 9 is out on February 26th, which means that the 25th, we always get to play the game a day early because we're partnered streamers. So that means we get to play that game on my birthday, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. I cannot wait. The director described it as a eulogy to the original Resident Evil games. Like, it seems like it's exactly what I want. It seems like it's going to be closure. I need some closure for some of these guys. Okay? I want to see Chris Redfield. I want to see Chris and Jill get married and go be happy and fuck off and not have to fight giant monsters until they die. I would really prefer that. You know? Not everybody has to stay in until they can sacrifice themselves. Some people deserve to be able to go retire on a farm. I need my closure.
Your SCV.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Add on done.
He tried to poke us. He tried to poke our wall with Zerglings. That's what just happened. Did Leon ever get to go on a real vacation, guys? Did Leon ever get to go on a real vacation? I just hope that Resident Evil Requiem can answer that question for me. Please tell me that at some point in these miserable bastards' lives, they had some respite. Don't tell me it was all tentacle monsters and hard work and paperwork. Ugh, I don't want to believe that. It had to have been for something. It's the same reason why you know Rick Grimes is not at peace, even though they made a whole show where he got to finally be at peace. Because he still hasn't made out with Daryl. Yes, until those two reunite, neither of their stories can be over. You know what I mean? At the same time, my boy Rick, he could probably, do with a break from the endless nightmare that his life became.
Your command center's got some new toys.
Oh, there it is. Another aggressive Zerg player, huh? Sometimes I feel like these guys don't even like me. He's just here for the zip line, you know?
Add-ons fit.
What's going on? SCV ready. SCV ready.
Oh, here it comes.
Big job, huh?
He's gonna go. Whoa. Now that's a lot of lings.
SCV ready. SCV ready. What's going? Huh? This better be good.
Gonna need Super Saiyan over here to deal with this guy.
SCV ready. Huh? Who was?
Damn. Like I said, guys, lots of really aggressive Zerg players on the ladder today. Everybody, man. Everybody's just going crazy. crazy. I see you now. It's brighter when the lights are out. Got him. Time loser. That's what I'm saying, baby. All I needed was time. What a username. I guess he was a hot fuck face. I mean, with that kind of build, can I even argue with him? Three bases, nothing but lings, baby. Ay, ay, ay. Ooh. Some good games. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling it. That was awesome. See? Look, we did it. We held the cheese. We held the all-in. We finally held the all-in. That's like the third or fourth time I've played that today. And that's the cool thing. I don't actually have to give you guys the right answer when you say, Nathan, what could you have done? The truth is, getting more opportunities to play against somebody who does this type of strategy is exactly how you get better at dealing with it. No one's going to learn how to curl weights properly just by watching videos and seeing other people do it. At some point, you have to be able to feel what it's like to do it correctly. It takes time. It takes a little bit of time. I have done nothing but lose to Zerg Cheese today. Until now. And that's the second Zerg Cheese in a row that I've defended. And I say cheese as in, like, say cheese. Like, they're trying to, like, oh, I'm pulling a camera out of nowhere to take a photo of you. Like, that's kind of it. They're just looking to, like, catch you going, oh! And if you have red eyes in the photo, you lose. Basically the same thing. Yeah, Zerg playing Violet Push in current year. Hell yeah. All right, we got a barcode Terran. This will probably be our last game today. Thanks for watching, everybody. Give one more crack at it today, and then we'll see what time EWC ends tomorrow. If it goes for like 10 hours the whole entire day, then I probably won't stream. But I think somebody said it starts at like 4 a.m. my time, so it might, if it does go for 10 hours, it might be done at like 12? 2 o'clock. Might be done around 2 p.m. PST tomorrow. If EWC finishes before 3 o'clock, I'll definitely stream. If they finish before 4, but after 3, unlikely. If they finish after 4 o'clock, 0 chance. If they finish before 2 for any reason, definitely streaming tomorrow. Straya versus Beyond in 10 hours and 4 minutes. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, that sounds like tomorrow morning. 10 hours from now. Look, guys, all I can do is ask rando in chat to give me the information, okay? It's not my fault that the first random in chat that I asked about the time said 4 o'clock, okay? I wasn't saying it was 4 o'clock. I was saying that's what the last other person in chat who answered the question told me. I would hate for you guys to think I'm ever wrong about anything. Please don't think that was my thought.
What's going on? The Grim Reaper has arrived. SCV ready. Let's do this. All right. SCV ready. Certainly.
Yeah, based on the angle he came from, it was like maybe he could have proxied.
Nothing I can't handle. Yes, indeed. SCV ready. Sure thing. The Grim Reaper has arrived. He's a Reaper man. SCV ready. Jordan got something for a meeting. What? You want something? On the way. Ready to race. SCV ready.
Yeah, well, it's in Saudi Arabia, so they're like quite a few time zones away. Quite a few time zones away. I don't know how that like translates to European time zone. I don't think they really care what time it is for the people that are watching, because they're like the whole like the whole entire tournament is like run and exists for political reasons rather than being run by people that are passionate about it. So it's like, you know, I don't think they really care if people can watch or not.
Add-on done. Swap away.
It's nice to know it'll be on when I wake up. If it starts at 3 a.m., it'll probably be done by the time I would stream, though. So you can count on that.
I'm waiting. Got something for me. Huh? Yeah, SCV ready. Agreed. What? You want something? Where's Optics online. Let's go kill something. SCV ready. Cyclone receiving. Channels clear, boss.
Stay.
You scared me. SCV ready. Cyclone en route. In gear.
Ready for service.
Adjusting for new coordinate system.
Command center upgrade complete. Your research has concluded.
Scanning.
Research complete.
Awaiting orders.
Nothing'll stop me.
Stay.
Bad news.
Raven online. Engine.
What's going on?
Phone scan.
Big job. SCV ready.
Oh, he's got a lot of cyclones.
Right away. Stay your ready.
SCV ready.
SCVs didn't sign up to fight.
SCV ready.
Your command center's got some new toys.
Ready to roll out. Got no brakes. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Your add-on is complete.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Now we move back. Now we move back to our prime directive unit.
Daylight's burning. Got it.
He's just got a lot. He's just got a lot of anti-air.
What's going on? SCV ready.
Ready.
SCV ready.
Mined out a mineral field. Good thing you've got more of those, right? Your SCVs are being used to find out some of the minerals.
Oh, he's playing mech. Okay. Well, sometimes the battlecruiser build can definitely be weak against mech Terran, just because mech is kind of known for having that flexibility with the early game anti-air. I think we might just be dead. I didn't realize he was playing mech. I was definitely hoping that he wouldn't have a bunch of cyclones at home, but it seems like this was always going to be what happened. So I think we're done. GG. I want to give a big shout out to everybody who tuned in today. Just want to say thanks, everyone. I really appreciate it. Let's look at that build order again. He went barracks, gas, factory, command center. So yeah, he just went straight into the cyclones. He didn't even make any siege tanks this game. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. I don't think I've ever played a Terran that doesn't build siege tanks, so I don't really have anything to analyze from that match. If I ever play another Terran who just doesn't build tanks at all for no reason, I'll probably be able to tell that it's that guy, but he was a barcode, so I don't know who he is. I just figured you guys might want like some analysis of that because I lost, but I really feel like I just didn't think he was going to make nothing but cyclones for a TVT. It's unusual. That was definitely my fuck up. Thanks for watching. I will see you all tomorrow if EWC is done before 4 o'clock PST. That's it. So, thanks for hanging out, guys. Cheers.